Hey guys, Nyx here, and we are back with Reverse. To be completely honest, I haven't played Reverse since the last event, so I don't have as many goodies as I probably could for the anniversary event. It's fine. Life got in the way. I got distracted with other things, mainly the birthday cover that comes out on Monday. It's fine. We are here now, and we are gonna play the game. I know absolutely nothing. I have not even seen, like, the trailer for this event. I just was on Twitter the other day and it said, oh, the event is on the 19th, and then I was like, oh wait, I haven't been on Reverse since the last event. It's fine. It's fine. Ooh, we already have goodies. We take the goodies. Okay, we go. Remind me where we are. Remind me what we're doing, game. I assume this is main story. Yeah, chapter 7. Okay.
Mama, I have a question.
Flashback?
Why don't people like the irrational numbers?
The woman turns around, gazing her daughter with warm affection.
Do you feel the same about them, 37?
Maybe a little?
37 looks down and kicks away a pebble.
You see, Mama, I can count to 3 and to 17, but I can never count to something like 0.01000100001, let alone use it in calculations. The endless, non-repeating decimals would make a mess of the results, and I can't keep the equations as simple and elegant as I want.
But your favorite, the circle. The ratio of its circumference to diameter is also an irrational number, is it not?
Pi is special. I know how it was found and what it represents, so I trust it and use it in my calculations. The same with e, logarithm 2, and root 2. But not many irrational numbers are this convenient to work with. Some have no patterns, no simplest forms, and no end. I can't work out their digits, write them out, or calculate them. Not only are they impossible to pinpoint on the number axis, but there's an infinite amount of these irrational numbers. What's so funny, Mama?
You're a clever, silly goose, my dear. You don't dislike them, you just don't understand them enough.
Leaning down, she picks up a soggy twig. Her hand moves, sliding the tip of the twig across the sand. 4 equal perpendicular lines are drawn, with 2 more diagonal lines intersecting in the middle. In the shape of the familiar square.
Take our old friend root 2, for instance. The irrationality of this number can be proven through basic arithmetic, as it cannot be expressed as an irreducible fraction of integers a over b. A simple proof by contradiction is enough, with no knowledge of irrational numbers required. The presence of root 2 is prevalent in nature, and it is particularly noticeable along the diagonals of a square. This means...
Oh, I know! This means the system built solely on the ratio of integers was flawed.
Yes, root 2 is simple, elegant, and one of the greatest discoveries in mathematics. It showed the existence of infinite, incommensurable numbers, with root 2 being the most obvious one to find. This was how the Tower of Old Ideas crumbled, paving the way for revolutionary breakthroughs that catapulted mathematical analysis into uncharted frontiers.
I will take your word for it. All of this is like going over my head. I don't math.
we discovered a kingdom beyond our traditional methods.
I
One
like
that's
all the
immeasurable,
designs for this area, but
incommensurable,
oh my
and
gosh, they're so
inexhaustible.
confusing.
And the key to its gates is hidden in plain sight, in the diagonal of a square.
A kingdom of irrationality.
The girl listens intently. As always, she understands quickly.
I see now, Mama. We are not all-knowing beings. There will always be numbers beyond our awareness, such as the nature of irrational numbers. So, if we get to know the irrational numbers better, we can be friends with them too. But you haven't told me why people on the island hate them.
I'm guessing it's because they disrupted everything? The image of her mother's face fractures. But her smile is clear, gentle, quiet, and almost pitying.
Mama?
Oh. Oh, right, she's like unconscious, right? That's what they said in the last event. She's like out cold. She's like in a coma.
37. You're awake.
The girl sits upright in bed, her eyes staring into the air in dismay.
Sophia? How long was I out?
A time.
You've been in a coma for a week.
Her words are cut off as 37 jumps off the bed, rushing her way out.
No, stop! You're not well yet!
Do you think that's going to stop her?
There's no time. I have to find 6. I have to tell them now. Our circle has been broken.
Okay. Questions? Many questions. There's a trace somewhere.
Now we've learned some manners in a payron, haven't we? Namely, to abstain from beans, never parcel off a loaf, and stay away from the white roosters on the road. Oh, it's been so long since we last talked about these things. How time does fly. This rusty brain of mine is struggling to keep up. We should have waited until dawn to light the candles. The sun would have mistaken the day for night and delayed its appearance in the morning. That way we would have had more time to talk.
Let's see, I don't think that's possible.
Indeed. You possess a far greater understanding of the laws of nature than your ancestors. It's only natural that you wouldn't relate candlelight to sunrise. But for the people of earlier times, there was a commonly understood connection between the two. Did the trees not bear fruit after the Horn of Plenty was filled at the harvest festival? Did the field not wave with grain? Does the lighting of a match not illuminate the moon? It's human nature to try to understand the world. Of course, at that time, mistakes were made, and some phenomena were attributed to the wrong causes. Some theories were developed from false facts. It was a time of symbols, you see.
Such as?
The flower represented blessings and harvest. The Ouroboros, the eternal cycle. The hawk, wit and astuteness. And the soil, safety and protection. Aside from nature, the circle symbolized protection, the triangle, stability, and the triple helix, ascendance, change, and the unity of mind, body, and soul. As time went on, things became associated with one another, and more symbols were created.
It's not a very methodological approach.
You can see the cause and effect with your own eyes, dear. It's clear when something is related and when it isn't. If the outcome isn't what we expect, These symbols must be incorrect. But it's not their physical form that's wrong. Physical objects never lie. It's the meaning and concept given to them that are wrong, you see. Objects are just objects. A match is just a match, not the illuminator of the moon. An animal is just an animal. The circle and triangle are only shapes. And you are just you.
Dun dun dun. Okay. Why did it look like Carcajano was still there? In the little, like, chibi chess piece looking things, it looked like Arcana was still here.
Nothing's happening.
The Hall of Truth is as crowded as ever. Ideas, noises, and arguments are all crammed into one space.
Miss Virgin, your attention, please.
Who are
This is a
you?
public inquiry, and your answer determines the fate of you and your friends.
Oh no.
There will be a vote on your punishment, considering the leak of the island's coordinates and the damages caused by you and Manus Vindictae. Yet, in the past 2 hours, you've looked at your watch 10 times. Forgive me for being blunt. What could possibly bother you more than your sentence?
My apologies.
A mocking click of the tongue can be heard from the crowd.
Let her look, 888. Doesn't it occur to you that time is also in the form of numbers? Perhaps she's waiting for her lucky number to come.
His words cause a ripple of chuckles throughout the hall. Clearly, after hours of debate and discussion, this light-hearted moment brings a much-needed sense of relief.
Besides, what conclusions have the good people here made? We were brought together in this great hall today, for misfortunes have struck us in the past week. Manus followers were found dead in our sacred place, the Gorgon current was cut off, and a human army has invaded our land.
Yeah, that's not good.
There are also the territorial disputes, the threats from external powers, and the conflicts between our guests. As you can see, our guests have brought us quite the unexpected gifts. They will give us their explanations. But whose words should we trust? Those of the Foundation or Manus Vindictae?
He bows slightly, gesturing to the left of the stage.
I swear on the Stone of Truth that I have no knowledge of the leak. We never gave any information to the humans. As we speak, the St. Pavlov Foundation is taking measures to mediate the territorial disputes from outside the island.
But you did report everything here to the Foundation. And you don't know what they did with the information, do you?
Right.
A questionable defense. A doubtful explanation. Why should we trust her? We all know that the Foundation is closely associated with the humans.
Oh no.
They are the false friends of the Arcanists. With their crocodile tears and broken vows, while many may have changed over time, their nefarious human taint lingers. Besides, why should we seek collaboration and assistance from an organization that's 7 years behind us on the study of the emanation?
This is kinda true. His words evoke a murmur of agreement.
But rush not, brothers and sisters. The moment of decision has not yet arrived. Let's give our old friend Manus Vindictae a fair and equal hearing before casting our pebbles
I have
into
a
the
feeling
pot.
they're going to side with the Manus. He stretches out his right hand, directing the audience's attention across the stage. On the right, there sits a quiet figure in black and blue. Yeah, she's here.
Indeed. The Foundation's understanding of the emanation is 7 years behind ours. However, our Manus friends here are unable to speak at all, let alone understand complex mathematical principles. Please enlighten us, Miss Arcana. Why were swaths of your followers found dead at the door of our sacred place? Did our math lessons drive them to madness, causing them to bash their heads against the gates of truth like martyrs?
Well, I mean, for most people, math is torture, so you never know, that could be the answer.
So it would seem.
What?
Her quick and straight answer causes a commotion in the crowd. Yet she only gently closes the book on her lap, uncaring of the suspicious stares around her.
One must confess that our followers were ill-prepared to take on the wisdom of the island. But we did come seek mutual development with sincerity. I trust you are aware of the assistance we have provided over the years in this world of matters, which you, though reluctantly, relied upon. As to this debate, I was once told a story that now seems fitting to recount.
Her gaze falls on the bench. The fair-haired judge has not spoken a word since the debate began.
Pray, share with us.
Thank you kindly.
Okay.
'Tis the story of the circle. A young artist told it to me before I arrived on this island.
Oh.
In the ancient past, amid a world of primitive instincts and ignorance, the first intelligent mind awakened. Overwhelmed by the enormity of nature and dismayed by its own insignificance, the creature was shaken to its core. In an act of defiance, it drew a magic circle, shielding its powerless self from the formidable world beyond. This was the first magic, when the primitive man mastered the pneuma within and wielded it against the relentless forces of nature. In that process, man hath gained a deeper understanding of the boundaries and limitations of its power. This is the tale of the first circle.
Okay. So this goes back to the last chapter, the painting that drove the one guy insane. Drove everyone insane.
The circle shielded us, and its protection benefits thee to this day. What I find intriguing in this story, man hath established its existence, recognized its boundaries, and learned the purpose of life, all by relying upon this very circle.
I guess 37's here. The hall gate burst open. The intruder was a small figure, who leans weakly against the doorframe.
37.
All eyes are fixed on the young girl. Some have even risen to their feet in surprise. The leader on the bench breaks the silence.
What's wrong, 37?
Not like, oh my gosh, you're awake.
The island.
Her pale lips tremble, struggling to get the words out.
Our island has fallen ill.
Even the slightest sound is gone, and eerie silence descends upon the hall. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Another dull, muffled thump, as if something struck a hard surface. But it's enough to get the rest of the crowd to their feet. They look up at the roof. The thud came from up there. Oh no, is the roof going to collapse? That doesn't seem good. More thumps follow. It's as if the hall is turned into a drum, with an out-of-control drummer playing frantically on the dome.
Ah! What is going on? Is that a hailstorm?
Did people parachute down?
No. I don't think so.
Standing outside the gate, the numberless corrector looks up at the sky. Being barred from entering the hall, she can see better from where she stands.
Those are Abraxases
Okay.
falling from the sky.
Another look at the watch. It's become something of a habit over the last few hours. The emanation is here. This is it. The long-anticipated moment has finally arrived.
It's the storm. The storm of this era is here.
They went so long without having to deal with it, but now it is here. Oh no. Probably because the outside world learned about them, brought the storm to them. Breezy mode? Okay. 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 I mean, just to guarantee that we get through all of this, I might just play for stream's sake on Breezy, just so we get through it quicker. And then I can do the other difficulties off stream. Because sometimes we get stuck. This will prevent us from getting stuck, I assume. Because this is going to be, yeah, it's going to be like 2 level 50. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. For stream's sake, we'll play on Breezy. Off stream, I can do the other difficulties. When I have time to think and I'm not like trying to get everything
did you
fit
just say the emanation has happened?
inside a 5-hour stream. Here, I should auto.
Just now?
More precisely, its 24-hour countdown has begun. There's always a buffer period before the storm, during which the storm syndrome gradually spreads from the critical point across the globe. The symptoms are different every time, and we have yet to discern a pattern. With the help of Laplace Scientific Computing Center, the best we can do now is to send a 24-hour warning prior to the storm. Another minute has passed.
The hall is once again filled with the whispers of the white robes. On this island dedicated solely to the study of the emanation, this situation has far surpassed their imaginations.
Please remain seated, everyone. We are still in the middle of a vote. The emanation holds no influence on this island. The discussion
Are
must
you
continue
sure
until
about
a
that?
satisfactory conclusion
Are you
is
sure
reached.
about that? The birds
No
are
other
falling from the
subject shall be
sky.
brought up until then.
The Banshee, acting as a custodian of the assembly, raises her voice, drowning out the arguments. Despite the unforeseen turn of events, she remains committed to her duty. The debate must go on.
Come here, 37. Can someone please bring her a blanket?
Her voice softens as she looks at the frail, slender girl in front of her.
42. Go with Sophia and check on those Abraxases.
Oh, they're dead. The man bows and leaves. Order is restored under the dome once more until more birds fall from the sky.
Ah, good news. Good news indeed.
Excuse me, sir.
We are freed from the pain of choosing whom to blame, are we not?
What?
The rhetorical raises, or the rhetorician raises his hand with a triumphant smile. As usual, he's offering a new perspective, or what some might call another attempt at stirring up the crowd.
The emanation is coming. The tides of Numa will pour from above and wash away all trivialities. By then, human intruders and the international powers of this era, along with the turmoil they brought, will all be dissolved and poured into the ditches like gunk. and we will regain our shores and return to the study of essence and forms.
Or everyone will dissolve. His words are met with silence. The crowd is lost in thought, having long detached themselves from the phenomenal world. 210's words are striking a chord.
No, it's different this time.
The petite figure stands on her feet. She is pale as snow from her coma and did not bother to put on the blanket given to her.
The island has fallen ill. It's getting bloated, stagnant, and sluggish, drifting into the world of matters where ignorance reigns. Soon, the tides of Numa will wash over us, sweeping away the fragments of the phenomenal world.
What did you say?
Yes, everyone will dissolve into rain puddles.
In other words, we will all be taken by the emanation? This
This is unthinkable.
This is terrible news, one that nobody wants to hear right now. The impact is like a bomb going off. The crowd is buzzing with fearful whispers. The lady next to 37 stands up, still holding the unused blanket.
37, you just woke up from a coma. You're not well. Why don't you take another rest?
No time for that. I'm here to warn you. Apiron is gone. I can no longer sense it. This has never happened before.
Why are you so surprised, 37?
The question is asked softly, but it cuts like ice.
You should know the reason of its alienation. You brought outsiders to the sacred place. You betrayed the scripture's teachings and angered Apiron. Of course, I may have jumped to this accusation, as Manus Vindicte also intruded our sacred place without permission. People, as of now, there's no proof that the emanation will influence the island. 37's account is lacking.
You don't know that.
And we are still plagued by suspicions, accusations, and the damages done to our home. We are to proceed with the hearing and reach a final verdict on both the Foundation and Manus Vindicte.
The attempt to refocus the assembly fails as half the audience turns their attention to the gate. Sophia has returned, standing hesitantly in front of the entrance.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I shouldn't have intruded the Hall of Truth, but...
Though irritated by the constant interruptions, the custodian immediately notices her peculiar expression.
Sophia, weren't you and 42 checking on the Abraxases? What is the matter?
The corrector gestures in the air, her voice shaking.
The Abraxases don't look right. Their beaks, no, their entire heads are melting into oil paints. And 42, we were on the beach, suddenly he...
Her words trail off. Beyond the open gate, the screeching of the bird monsters completes her sentence. The other believer appears behind her, shoving Sophia aside as he flails and stumbles into the hall. His face is melting, colorful oil paints forming a puddle on the floor.
Now I see! It finally all makes sense!
Oh no.
There never was the truth, nor the transcendental! Everything is a lie! Nothing but shadows on walls, flickers of fire and fragments of reality! No one will survive the oblivion! The island will be destroyed amid its conflict!
Is that... the storm syndrome?
I think your timer's a little bit off, because I don't think that should be happening for at least another few hours.
42, your face!
Completely disregarding those around him, he burst into maniacal laughter, casting an arcane glow in his palms. He jumps onto the seat and knocks over a row of torches.
No one!
888, stop conversing with him. We must subdue him. Now.
Time to have more commotion in the Hall of Truth. It's fine. We should be good with our team, because this is the dream team. So I'm not even gonna bother swapping. Now I just have to remember how the dream team works. I must think. 1 second. I think it's this and this and then that.
Will tell.
Oh great, she's poisoned. It's fine. Okay, I would like a group attack. Here, we'll also do debuff and that. And I guess that.
This is not a mistake made by man.
Okay. We're fine. We're fine.
What a tragedy.
Confrontation was never to my liking.
I mean, this is probably the better one.
Soffoca il sangue. Soffoca il sangue.
In all honesty, I probably didn't need to use this one. It's fine. We're fine with overkill. It's fine.
Huh? It's already over?
He has the storm syndrome. Please, listen everyone. 37 is right. Something's changed on this island. Your immunity to the emanation has been weakened.
42 lies motionless on the floor. His face is still a mess of colorful paint. Fear and uncertainty quickly arise around him.
How? That's never happened in the last 8 times.
A feeble induction, my friend. Just because you've never seen a purple cow doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Okay.
Must we talk of logic now? 42 has literally been emanated.
First the army, then the emanation. Everything's been falling apart since the outsiders arrived on this island.
Yeah, a little bit.
The Foundation and Manus Vindicte. One of them must answer for this.
I mean, technically, I would say it's sort of both of their faults for showing up. Because it's probably just the fact that so many outsiders came at once, not just necessarily one side.
Then you should also ask 37 and number 0 what they've done in the sacred place to anger Apeiron so much.
No, 37 didn't cause this. I told you. It was Manus Vindicte. They broke the peace agreement and launched suicide attacks. They forced their way into the cave.
You and them are equally responsible on this matter.
A little bit, yeah.
They at least paid with their lives. What about you? You claim that 42's abnormality was caused by the emanation. But how are we to believe that it isn't, in fact, the work of your arcane skills? As we went through your belongings, Miss Verton, we found a golden sampling device. Enlighten us. What exactly is the Foundation looking for here?
That's...
Oh no. From the other side of the hall comes a soft chuckle.
Good, Vertin, good.
Oh no. We've just walked into her hands, haven't we?
Let the confrontations be louder and the struggles be harder.
Oh yeah, if everyone starts panicking and fighting, the storm speeds up, doesn't it? Right. Oh no.
I wonder what shall come of this.
Oh no, we're making things worse.
Silence.
The gavel slams down with a heavy, undeniable thud. The host of the assembly rises to his feet, his face unusually grave.
The debate will end now. Since we were unable to come to an agreement, further discussion is pointless. There are more pressing matters to attend to.
Someone with a head on his shoulders, thank you.
This will be the end of the assembly, and my decision will be the final ruling. I demand that both parties leave this island at once.
That's honestly probably the best option. The decision is clear and final. As the number of reconciliations, 6 has been mindful of his use of unilateral authority. Yet, there is no objections this time. The hall falls into silence, a silence that demands a decision. What to do? I mean, it's probably best, I would think, if we both just leave, but I kind of like to know that Arcana is leaving first. So, well, we will... I don't know, maybe waiting is bad. I assume this isn't like a split path. I don't think there's gonna be like a random split path in this game. But no, we've caused enough damage, we should probably just go with it. But at the same time... But what if we accept it and Arcana doesn't, and we leave before Arcana does, and she does whatever the heck she wants? We'll see what she does. Maybe. But we'll see what she does, to be on the safe side. Leaving the island would be a huge loss. The discussion about the storm has only just begun, and the depths of the cave is yet to be explored. Worst of all, the leader of Manus Vindicte, she can't be left here with the school of Aperon. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's fine if we leave the island. I do think it's okay if we leave the island, but... Arcana. She concerns me. Will she accept the verdict? Will she appeal? Just what exactly is she after? It's a zero-sum game where the first one to react is more likely to lose. The best course of action is to wait.
The decisions of my fellow brethren shall be respected.
I also agree with your verdict.
She casually agrees, just as she did when asked to pledge on the stone bangles.
But may I ask for one small doubt to be dispelled?
Oh no. Maybe we shouldn't have let her talk.
Miss Vertin and I will depart ere long. Do you truly not desirous aid from us?
Oh no.
You're kind to ask, miss. It is true that our circle has been disturbed, but we see it as a mere turbulence of the phenomenal world. He who holds the compass decides the circle. This will not shift the center of our focus, nor change the shape of our beliefs.
That, and I suppose that there is a chance, I would assume, if we all leave, and it's just these guys left, maybe their circle will be mended? Maybe? Especially if we, like, canonically take 37 with us, because she said that everything has been, like, disconnected for her. So if she comes with us, if, like, all of the outliers come with us, maybe the island will fix itself. 6 bends down, laying his hand on 42's forehead.
Medin Hagan.
Oh. He fixed him?
He purged the storm syndrome with an arcane skill. I never thought it would be possible.
The leader straightens up, looking as composed as ever.
The light of intelligence has cleansed 42 of confusion. It is also what the island needs.
Yeah, if we leave, he can just fix the island. So we just leave.
The incident will be properly handled, and my ruling stays unchanged. I expect your words to be matched by actions, Miss Arcana.
His tone is cold, leaving no room for negotiation.
Certainly. It was a fair and just decision. If only one could depart amidst such unfavorable weather.
She's gonna try and worm out of it.
I presume Miss Vertin will also appreciate more time to prepare for the journey. What sayest thou?
I think it's just better if we leave. It is a reasonable request, as her expression is nothing but decent and sincere.
The hourglass empties in 2 hours. Please leave before that.
That seems fair. We run.
Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
The decision is met with no further objection from the people. Six puts away the hourglass and looks at the silent audience.
Lastly, I would like to share a story.
Ooh, story time.
To conclude today's meeting and respond to Miss Arcana's tale.
I am most honored.
The leader raises his hands and faces the people.
I too have heard the story of the first circle, but in my version, more followed.
Okay.
The first of man were intimidated by the enormity of nature and constantly tried to defy and escape it. Our ancestors, however, had the opposite reaction. They found solace in nature, which welcomed them with a nourishing embrace, sharing its vastness and sublimity without reservation. It was the perfect harmony, the moment the circle ceased to represent confrontation and avoidance. As we bathed in Apollo's illumination and wandered the tranquil shores, our souls resonated, and we were lifted to a higher wisdom. This was how we conquered our fears, emerged from ignorance, and allowed ourselves to indulge on the essence and forms. This was the rise of the classic man. May you all be blessed with the courage for reconciliation, the determination for peace, and the devotion to nature. Qualities no less noble than caution and defiance. You may all leave now.
Okay.
Please, just a moment.
We were good, 37. There was a solution, 37. A clear voice rings across the hall, stopping Six in his tracks. Her robe flutters as she stands up on the high podium.
I will fix our circle.
Six can fix the circle. You've done enough.
888 was right. I have enraged Aperon. I am responsible. I will go back to the sacred place, pass its test, and ask it to share the divine light of Gnosis so we can learn the truth about the essence. I will make up for what I've done. I promise.
If this was caused by going to the sacred place, going back to the sacred place is not gonna fix nothing. I think that would just make it worse. Or maybe, like, solidify things, even. Six turns around, his eyes meeting the gaze of the determined star.
It has been 300 years since the last challenger had their success in the cave. 37, are you aware that we have other means to cleanse the island, even if you don't bring the matter to Aperon?
Yes, I'm aware.
Then are you aware of the price you will pay, should you fail its test?
Yes, I am.
Then you shall have my blessing.
Okay, I guess we're just gonna let her do it then. He leaves, ignoring the murmurs of shock. The gavel is thus brought down. The long debate has finally come to an end. Okay. I guess everything will be okay? Maybe? I don't think so.
The headquarters has issued a notice. The critical point of the storm is in Vienna.
Yeah, we know what's going on over there. The chief assistant puts down Miss Radio and turns around with a somber expression.
This type of storm syndrome involves a bodily transformation into oil paintings, primarily affecting the face, but sometimes spreading to the torso. It is often accompanied by delirium and an intense obsession with war.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Like the storm of 1929, it was accelerated by social upheavals resulting from the constant tensions Manus Vindictae created between nations.
This era.
The color of the sky has changed. Looks like Starry Night. The storm syndrome has finally reached this island. No one on the team's caught it yet, but that could soon change.
This is absurd.
With a bag filled with alchemy materials over his shoulders, the young pirate remains spirited despite a week in underground captivity.
We went through all that trouble, sweated our guts out, and finally got to a place where the storm can be kept out. But now you're telling me that immunity is going to disappear like a fart in the wind?
Yeah, basically.
I was planning to stay here for a while. There might be
they wouldn't want you to stay here if you're irrational.
Left behind from their mills. Oh, now that is frustrating, mate.
Such is the nature of Arcanum.
The immunity hasn't disappeared. It's just waning. For now, only the beach has lost the effect. We're still safe around the Hall of Apeiron.
But there's no guarantee that we'll be safe here forever, right? Reminds me of Xeno's survival test.
Oh no.
Sinetto and I talked about this. We think the island is protected by a large-scale arcane ritual. The sudden decay of the island's storm immunity might be the result of its changes, though I'm unsure of the specifics.
Those people are doing something about it, right? That leader with the rockstar hair, shouldn't he be taking action by now?
6 has gathered all integers after the assembly. They're going to perform a mass cleansing ceremony. 37 also mentioned a test. I think they have more than one way to deal with the changes.
To the best of this apple's knowledge, secluded pure-blood arcanist groups often have rituals that they keep to themselves. These islanders impart truths based on intellect and rationality, yet their doctrines are highly religious. Perhaps their arcane skills are passed down in a religious manner.
Oh, very mysterious, very arcane. I hope they're not all huddled together doing a math at a time like this.
Well, I mean, knowing them, probably, yeah.
And I'm more worried about us, Capitan.
Lilia changes her tone, unusually serious.
Arcana asked for more time for both sides to withdraw, didn't she?
Yes. 6 gave us 2 hours to leave. That is to say... we must set out when the storm countdown reaches 2000.
And before that, the stone bangle on your wrist still works, right?
Yes. I can feel it. It would scold me whenever I thought about going to war with them.
Huh, I see. So we only have 2 hours for the plan.
There's a plan?
Plan? What plan? Aren't we sneaking away from all this?
That would be the smart thing to do, but maybe not.
Sorry, Regulus. Your accommodation was a long way from ours, so we haven't given you the latest updates. To put it simply...
Where are you going?
Hey, 37. You want to come with us? The sudden appearance of the girl startles the crowd. 37 stands there with a curious look on her face.
37?
We're discussing how to leave this place, 37.
Precisely. I was just about to say, your chief wants us gone in a jiffy, but we don't even have a piece of wood to sail with. Vertin is sizing us up to see if we can fit in her suitcase. She's going to swim across the Aegean Sea using her tiny arms. Right, Vertin?
Yes, she will do it all. Regulus squints and eagerly pokes her elbow in.
Right.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
You want to jump in the suitcase too?
Then you must.
I mean, technically you already are in my suitcase.
Jump off the cliff there and head south. The cliff is on the tangent line of the Hall of Aperon, which is a good sign for your journey.
She literally just told us to jump off a cliff. 37, no. She nods confidently, fully convinced of her own conclusion.
I will show you where to jump, but you'll have to wait till Vertin and I return.
Oh, is she gonna bring us with her?
Me? Where are we going?
We have a test to take.
What kind of question is that? The only place worth going.
She extends her hand with a light and happy tone.
You're the one and only Zero. We'll go see Aperon together.
So we're trying this again. Okay. Okay.
Aren't you going to look for 37? You took such good care of her while she was in a coma.
In the darkness, the figure trembles ever so slightly. She tries to steady herself.
I don't know. I don't know what I should do, Madame Mata. She's going back to the cave for the test, where I can't help her.
She looks down, trying her best to press her shaking hands together.
All I can do is pray for her, for I have no adequate knowledge or power to assist her. As ever.
Perhaps you needn't worry so much. 37 is the one favored by truth. She will be fine.
I know. It's just...
Sophia lets out a long, helpless sigh and buries her face deep in her palms.
She is also of mortal flesh. She could get hurt, bleed, or die.
She avoids looking at the beach, seeing it as a battlefield where she lacks the skills to engage.
You haven't been with us for long, Madame Marta. Aperon and its test might be new to you. Here on this island, we spent years theorizing, proving, and constructing models based on our mortal comprehension, defining the boundaries of what man is capable of understanding. But when it comes to the essence and forms, we are unable to make any definitive statements. So we humbly approach the temple and inquire about the correctness of our beliefs. And our answer is delivered as a yes or no, reverberating in the form of echoes.
Okay.
Is that the submission of proof Six mentioned before?
The corrector nods, knowing her friend has a natural talent for this.
Validating one's essence and soul with a number, and verifying the authenticity of one's claims are simple feats for us. But Aperon's test is different. Those who succeed will obtain the transcendental truth.
Okay.
Those who fail will pay a terrible price.
Random thought just crossed my mind. Is this the lady, like the blind lady from the half anniversary? I forget what her name was. But I mean, she has the blindfold and the, like, gray hair like Vertin. I might need to look at my past VODs after this stream.
Everything has its limits and boundaries.
Those who overstep their bounds will only court their own misfortune. We must respect and be wary of our limits, so our souls will be adequate for our bodies, and all things be refrained from excess. The boundless, limitless, and infinity are not of our realm to tread. They belong only to ancient beings that we cannot utter. We can only stand in awe, offering our admiration, humility, and reverence. Now 37 is going to knock on its door and ask to be indulged with the transcendental truth. But if she fails, if she can't bear the weight of the boundless infinity,
she can't go on.
I wish I knew a better way, or could even do it in her place. But only she can do it. It has to be her. 37.
Pain. Okay.
I'm sure this is the perfect solution to finally put an end to all our problems.
Here's hoping.
If I pass the test, Apiron will grant me the answer to one question. It can be any question I don't have an answer to, even about the essence and everything. At least that's what Mama told me.
37 nods with confidence.
I just have to choose the right question to ask.
Never is, Never wasn't feeling too good today, so he's probably not around.
Or the dangers threatening the island.
He said he would stop by just so he could keep his stream streak, but he probably wouldn't be around for the rest of the stream. And that is fine.
I have Six's blessing. He agrees with me. So, Vertin...
Anyway, how you doing, Lobster?
Not so fast. You can't just steal away our helmswoman like that. This thing, it's too good to be without any risks, do you think?
It happens.
What if Vertin doesn't make it back, huh? Who's going to swim us across the
I mean,
sea
everyone
then?
gets sick at one point. Usually, I get sick at least, like, once a year. I haven't been sick this year, so it means it's coming up for me, most likely. That's good.
It could be risky, but not for Vertin, only for me. 0 multiplied by any number will still be 0. And we have validated that proof.
Well, that's not good enough for this pirate. Besides, Vertin doesn't seem like a 0 to me.
It's okay, Regulus. I think I'll be safe there. But 37, isn't this a sacred test for your people? I've never taken the oath. I'm not one of you.
That does not matter, Vertin.
She gently I can talk, I can read. She gently shakes her head in determination.
But you must know that once we enter the temple, we cannot turn back. The path to the truth is a one-way road.
No, see, when I get sick, I'm like dead for a week. I only get sick once a year, and when I get sick, it takes it out of me. I'm just useless for a week. I usually lose my voice. I can't move. I can't do nothing. I am just a worthless blob for like an entire week, and then I wake up and it's like, oh, I can think again. But as far as I can remember, I don't think I've been sick this year. So it might happen. It usually happens in the winter whenever I do get sick. Usually around Thanksgiving and Christmas, for whatever reason. It's always around Thanksgiving and Christmas. So there's a chance I could still get sick this year. It's fine.
Our last visit was interrupted, remember? You didn't get to ask your question, and I didn't get my answer. And now, I don't need to ask my question anymore.
She bites her lip, holding her own arms tight.
You and your friends were right, Vertin. The discord in the phenomenal world does have an effect on essence and forms. No one can argue against this when facing the emanation.
Yeah, no. Even since I was like really, really little, if I get sick, even if it's just like a normal cold, I will be dead for like a week. It's like normal people get a cold, they're like good after a couple days. Not me. Not me. I am dead to the world.
But there's more I'd like to
I do not handle any form of sickness well, apparently. Even like the really common ones, the really simple ones. Sometimes allergies will even like knock me out for a day.
I will tell Six that you're coming with me. I will tell everyone and persuade them, because this is the right thing to do.
37 better hurry it up, because we don't have that much time to do this.
Go, Timekeeper. While you're out, Lilia and I will ready us for evacuation.
Mind is strong until a point, but once that point is breached, I don't do well.
We will liaise with the Foundation from here.
My defense is a glass cannon.
Thank you both. I'm ready. Before we go, 37, I have a question.
Okay.
Hmm?
A golden opportunity has arisen. This could be a chance to level the playing field against the Manus Vindictae.
You just said that a Piran will grant an answer to whoever passes the test. Will it answer my question? If I asked for a way to become immune to the storm?
Well, I mean, we could just ask Six. He has a way of fixing it. That would probably be the easiest way to do this, but I doubt he gives us the answer.
Damn, you narcissistic, fat-headed, humanocentrist freaks!
Okay?
You are the crazy ones, and I will prove myself right!
Why does it seem like the storm syndrome is hitting Laplace?
Seriously, can someone please bring Matthew back to the rehab center? That mask has made him crazy.
Oh, right, they were playing with the mask. That's why he's silly. The researcher's arms flail wildly as he stumbles across the shiny silver floor, adding more to the chaos. Amidst the mayhem, a bottle of alcohol on the ground bursts into bright blue flames. Oh, goody. And then 2 metal feet stomp across the fire without hesitation.
Any progress?
What do you think, robot lady?
Not much. We've called all the experts here, but so far it's been a waste of time. Not even a bodily reaction when reciting the text. It doesn't belong to any known language, nor follow any linguistic rules.
Potentially. I guess that would work too. Someone found like the little side gate. The door is like made out of a piece of paper. Poke through it. And then I just...
Many are starting to doubt the accuracy of the incantation. After all, it was copied down by a novice investigator with her arcane skill, not her supervisor.
That's because the supervisor is dead. The door is pushed open. The spacious room is now packed with people. They're all gathered around the radio on the table.
Miss Marcus, can you confirm that the incantation you dictated was correct? We also learned that you witnessed a visual recording of Arcana performing her arcane skill, depicted through images recreated by a pure-blooded arcanist. Is that right?
Yes, to be precise, I saw it in the memories of Isolde, a former member of Manus Vindictae, using Miss Cacanya's arcane mirror.
Well, one, it's a her. It was she. She died. We didn't kill her. Manus did. We just sort of sat there and watched it happen. It's fine. It's because Marcus is still like a newbie, and she is still very much small child. There wasn't much she could do against a dude with a gun. If I remember right, he had a gun.
Can you attest to the accuracy of this memory?
I can't say.
Marcus, no. Your skill literally makes this work. It's fine. Marcus, no.
Do you deem the reflection of Miss Kakanya's arcane mirror to be accurate, factual, and without misinterpretation?
Yes.
I'm not
Marcus,
sure.
no. That's how her skill works.
Can you confirm that your arcane skill, Read, was performed correctly and provided an unbiased, objective, and flawless interpretation?
Yes.
I don't know about that either.
Marcus, no. The poor child. No. You've probably just missed several main chapters. It's fine. No, there has been at least one main chapter that didn't involve Vertin, because Vertin and 37 were unconscious for a bit. Oh, currently we are in the aftermath of that and what happened in the last chapter. The last chapter happened in Vienna, with Marcus, her supervisor, and some other characters. And Manus happened, Insanity happened, the storm is here again.
But I saw it with my own eyes. I heard the chanting. I don't know what language that was, but that's how I heard it, and I've written it down phonetically.
Please calm down. We are only verifying the details. The Foundation has dispatched a special operations squad to you in Vienna. Please make sure the 2 other arcanists involved will return to the Foundation with you.
I understood.
Poor Marcus. She's been through so much in like the span of 2 days. She just needs a hug. Yes, the storm is currently happening. That's why there was a little countdown up in the corner that said 22 hours until the storm hits. So this is, I think they said this is like the 8th occurrence of the storm. And yeah, it started in Vienna, it's spreading everywhere. It's currently hitting the Aperon Island that for the longest time was immune to the storm, but because so many outsiders showed up, it is no longer immune to the storm. So yeah, things are happening. Things have escalated. Things are going crazy. Let's see, the call ends. The liaison removes the headset. The result is far from ideal. Her face is pale, as lifeless as her mechanical colleagues.
Is this it?
A sarcastic voice cuts through the air as a man pushes through the front.
An ancient miracle. A circle of salvation.
Yeah, basically.
Euna seco. Atuna psycho? An inexplicable incantation transcribed by an arcanist based on what she saw in the memory of another arcanist recreated by yet another arcanist.
But it's fine, because that's what their skills do, and it's fine. She probably just wrote down the pronunciation wrong.
That's as convoluted as a dream within a dream within a dream. To think they wanted an objective restoration. I mean, if Gnosis is so reliable and can really cross-check not only once but 4 times, it should have long replaced science by now. With this level of uncertainty, we might have better luck asking typewriter monkeys to randomly give us the answer to the storm immunity.
Adler? Why are you here?
I requested his participation on the cryptography team. He is a human, but he excels in the field of cryptography.
But...
The man takes a grim step forward.
And why can't I be here? Is it because Greta Hoffman's my sister? And this
Is this what a respectable and honorable member of the Foundation gave her life to retrieve? Is this the ritual she died for? Oh, right. It wasn't even her who retrieved the ritual. It was a student.
You are not currently on the official roster. You can leave at any time.
You ask him to be here. It's like, oh, by the way, you could just go now.
Leave? Why should I leave? Ich habe jedes Recht zu wissen, wofür meine Schwester gestorben ist. Nun gut, Leute, an die Arbeit. Lasst uns dieses große Rätsel entschlüsseln und sehen, was es uns bringen wird. Erlösung oder Zerstörung?
He leaves sneering, waving the note with the phonetic spelling in his hand. The farce is finally over. The room is at peace again. Until crazy mask guy jumps in and starts screaming again. The cryptography team turns to the robot awaiting her instructions.
Return to your stations, please. Let us not dismiss its credibility until we have exhausted every possibility. Also,
she calmly turns her head.
Add Adler Hoffman into the cryptography team roster.
Well, the main villain, again, is a girl. It's Arcana. And we haven't been with the water thing for at least 5 months. Because that was the half anniversary. This is the year anniversary. That was a flashback. So we don't have access to those powers anymore. Because remember the horse girl turned into a horse and ran off into the magic forest, basically. But no, I do find it funny. It's like this is supposedly like the year anniversary. That's what they keep hyping this event up to be. Technically, this game came out in mid-October. So we're getting the year anniversary a month early. It's fine. It's a little random, but it's fine. The cryptography lead hesitates for a moment, surprised. Nevertheless, he nods and quickly leaves the room. The phone on the wall, used for internal communication, begins to ring.
Storm Observation and Research Center. Noted. I will make sure Miss Lucy is aware of that.
The liaison puts down the phone and turns to the robot, a flicker of panic in her face.
What is the matter?
Well, I mean, the immune island is no longer immune. I'm assuming that's what it is.
It's a call from the rehab center about the previous study on the Manus mask.
Oh, okay.
Ma'am, I think you should go see this in person.
Okay. What happened?
Very good, Matthew. Now tell us, what did you hear?
The already narrow corridor is now filled with security guards. The room they're guarding is heavily secured, isolated behind 3 layers of tempered glass. A patient sits in the room with a mask on his face. Get that thing off of him? Or is this like the Numa mask?
Voices?
No, it is that mask.
Murmurs, the frightening whispers, they worm into my ears.
Take that off of him?
I told you before. I wrote about this before, but you just missed the mesmeric episodes.
Oh, no.
Did you put on the mask?
Yes. How else would I know that I was right? And now I know. And never have I heard them so clearly. They are screaming inside my head. Their temptations, their promises. I just have to let go of my brain. Can you hear it? The benevolent mother is speaking.
His nails dig deep into his palms as if fighting an overwhelming impulse.
Now, I can write the ultimate paper.
That is his goal. He just wants to write a paper.
Who is this mother?
Hey GM, how you doing? Doing pretty good. We're just doing reverse. The storm has come again. Let's see. She is answered by a loud crash. The researcher throws himself against the glass, gasping in horror and scratching helplessly at its surface.
No! I can't say anymore. They see me. They've come for me!
Oh no. Someone get the mask off the poor dude.
Kill me! Kill me now!
It's too late to beg for mercy. His scream is abruptly silenced as his head explodes open behind the glass barrier. This is why you don't play with the Manus mask! Amidst the splatter of blood and brain, a new being emerges from the remnants of his flesh. Ah, okay. The alarm blares loudly. A Manus follower wriggles up from the bloody floor, holding a triangle in hand. He lets out a loud cry, reminiscent of a newborn's first wail. Yeah, basically, they've been testing the Manus mask to try and find, like, how to be immune to the storm. And they were like, oh, let's have someone wear it! All these quote-unquote smart people were like, hey, let's put something that we know makes people go crazy. Yeah, it's immune to the storm, but it makes people go crazy. Let's just give that to someone. The liaison in the... I can talk? The liaison ends the call, cutting off the horrid sounds on the other end of the phone.
Suspend all research on the Manus mask at once. Its dangers far outweigh the potential benefits.
The robot finally understands.
Seal away all equipment and share only a controlled account of the incident with others. We cannot afford to have another researcher try on the mask again. Now, clean this up.
Yes, ma'am.
The airlock door hisses open. The squad of armed guards storms into the room under the cover of sleeping gas. On the other side of the glass, the robot turns away from the scene, categorizing yet another set of storm research data as irrelevant and filing it away as a waste in her memory. Everyone was like, don't put the robot in charge. The robot doesn't understand or really care about the people that she is in charge of. And she's like, oh no, it's fine, give him the mask. At least she finally realizes, oh, maybe I did the dumb. Oh well.
Another dead end.
Okay. We poke. Hey, look, he multiplied. Let's see, we'll do that, and channel.
Will tell.
I see. Well, we just, poke everything.
Victory, the mother of arrogance.
Okay. Oh? Emergency notice to halt research on Manus Vindictae masks. To all members involved in the storm research, Manus Vindictae masks are now considered extremely dangerous and of no research value. All related research and experimentation must cease immediately. In addition, if any members become irrationally agitated, display an abnormal hatred towards humanity, and believe they hear a soft, seductive female voice that is not there, nearby personnel should immediately evacuate the area and contact the nearest security officer. Dangerous wearers, Manus disciples, inner workings unclear. Matthew transformed, Williams secured. Vienna Investigation Operations Report for public record. News from the front lines. The established Miss Greta Hoffman, a valiant fighter for human advancement, has tragically lost her life during the storm investigative mission. Investigator Marcus has successfully relayed vital information and is waiting for support on site. A special operations team has been dispatched post-haste. Please resume work status after reading this report and observing a 3-second moment of silence. Okay. Hoffman deceased. Marcus waiting for support. We had our 3 seconds of silence. Okay, we go. Well, that chair looks fun. An unknown incantation. A mask that has proven to be extremely dangerous. These are the only leads they currently have on the storm. Her metallic fingers pick up another stack of files. These are the test results of the Manus mask, confirming the presence of asymmetrical nucleated R. The robot studies them carefully. The slit on their face pulses in contemplation.
What is the status of the sampling, Simone?
Yes,
Any
clearly.
updates from the timekeeper?
Clearly. Maybe. Does it lean all the way back? That is the real question. Let's see. What is the status of this? Oh, she already said that.
For the moment, no. The people on the island are still suspicious of the Foundation's motives, so she hasn't had a second chance to collect any samples.
Maybe that's where, like, Lucy recharges? Is in that chair?
But she has called in an hour ago. We were informed that she will return to the cave shortly. She also warned us that the immunity zone on the island appears to be shrinking. The safe zone is not stable.
Honestly, I've been, like, looking back on some of my island VODs for Animal Crossing. This kind of reminds me of that one hospital I made on the DLC. It's like, ah yes, this is clearly the doctor chair. Let's see, the robot did not put on a face today. Simone can only read her mood from the narrow slit.
Mom, have you noticed something?
They are unrelated, Simone. The mask and the incantation are indeed related to Manus Vindictae, but they are unrelated to each other.
Well, I mean, this is Laplace. We trust Laplace. Laplace is the good guys. This is a safe space. It's safe space. It's safe chair. It's fine. It's fine. This is probably where, like, Lucy recharges, because you can see, like, all the computers are hooked up to the chair. So I assume this has something to do with, like, Lucy. Let's see. She moves the sealed Manus mask aside.
If the account of the Vienna investigator is correct, one cannot help but question, why would Arcana not simply give the masks to Isolde and her brother?
Investigator Marx's report was highly lacking, making it challenging for us to infer what truly happened.
Well, yeah, she's in shock. She's a small child who just witnessed her, like, teacher die in front of her. She's probably in shock. I know time is of the essence, but you kind of need to give her a moment. I see. Ah, that makes perfect sense.
I suppose
you go for, like, the full in-depth version of VR. I see. I've heard rumors of it.
She did a good job. I could not have asked for more. We all heard it. An ancient miracle. A circle of salvation.
The robot extends her hand, drawing an imaginary circle in the air.
The leader of Manus Vindictae promised a miracle, but the mask is far from it. The mask is a tool of control, designed to identify and enslave the believers. Matthew has demonstrated its effects for us. But this ritual is different.
Do you mean the ritual is more sophisticated than the mask?
Well, I mean, if the ritual is immunity, then yeah. I would assume that's a little more complicated than brainwashing. The robot nods approvingly.
Perhaps, but it is not entirely definitive. The investigators in Vienna completed their mission spectacularly, And now Matthew has proven that the mask is useless for our purposes. Its immunity was only a cover for its other functions. And the mask has powerful and irreversible side effects. Even if we find out how it protects the wearer from the storm, we cannot use it on our colleagues.
She picks up the script.
If this incantation is verified to be true, it will be our Promethean fire.
Okay.
This ritual is useless to us. Save yourself the trouble. We're not getting anywhere with this.
What?
I'm guessing it was just written down wrong, because small child is in shock and was trying to write something down quickly. Let's see, the room was cluttered with all sorts of sophisticated equipment. The floor is littered with scrap paper. The researchers haven't lifted their heads or taken a break for quite some time. The cryptology leads stare at Enigma, a fresh cup of coffee in his hands. His patience is wearing thin as the metaphorical string labeled tolerance in his mind is finally about to snap.
Explain yourself, Adler. What do you mean the ritual is useless? You barely sat down. My coffee's still hot.
How is he gonna drink coffee? He's this little goop thing inside a robot. How is he gonna have coffee? Just genuine question. How is he gonna have like anything? Because he's like a full robot with like a little goop thing in the helmet, and the goop thing is what he is. Let's see, the cryptographer solemnly hands the lead a stack of papers from his desk.
I don't need to waste any more time. It's simple logic. The current information is insufficient for cryptographic decryption. We're attempting an exhaustive brute force, comparing every ancient text and record to find the language or corresponding text. It's like looking for a needle in a colossal haystack.
Oh, maybe that's what he is. I mean, we have like a sentient apple, sentient piece of glass. Maybe he is just sentient coffee. Maybe there's like a little intake gauge on the helmet and he just has to refill himself or something. Maybe he isn't a little goop guy. Maybe he is just sentient coffee. 37 would hate him. Because not only would he be a bean drinker, he is just the dirty bean.
Even if we stumble onto a match, none of us can validate such a thing. A breakthrough in this regard is simply not possible.
You can't be serious.
Across the room, a man stands up abruptly from his chair, clenching a pen in his hand.
And what is the basis of your reasoning? Have you figured out the mechanics behind the ritual?
I didn't need to understand the intricacies of Arcanum to deduce this. It was simple logic.
So you never even tried to understand it. With your supposedly superior human reasoning, you dismissed all of our dedication and hard work just like that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Who the f do you think you are?
Before anyone can react, the researcher lunges at Enigma and punches him right in the face.
What?
Enigma brings a hand up to his cheek, looking more confused than angry.
Matthew was right. You arrogant fools, clueless morons! Get out of my face, you humanocentric narcissist! Go to hell!
He really likes saying that line. That's the second time this researcher has said that line. The researcher snarls, brandishing his pen like a soldier brandishing a dagger. Much to his frustration, his swing loses power midair, another casualty of the neck and shoulder pain that plagues this office. Enigma narrowly avoids the attack, bewildered by the turn of events.
Was this really necessary? I was just sharing my conclusion.
Yep.
Oh, it was the mask. I should have thought of that. He worked in the same lab as Matthew, and he must have been exposed to the mask.
Oh, this guy probably isn't like ink. The way it reacted, those are like magnetic metal fragments. I've seen things like that. But no, so that there are some arcanists that really hate humans, and Enigma is technically human. So yeah. Yes, that's what it is. I forgot what it was called, but yeah, that's what he is. He's ferrofluid. No.
But his physical exam seemed fine. Is there an incubation period?
Most likely, yes.
Does he seem fine to you now? Huh? No! Williams! Put that down! That's the only Conway Automaton 5 left after the storm.
Oh no. He's met with a guttural growl, followed by the deafening crash of a metal against the wall. The machine whizzes past his head and shatters into pieces on impact. Oh no. The cryptography lead can feel his sanity teetering on the brink. He staggers towards the door, frantically smacking the big red button on the wall.
Security! Security! We've got a code red!
Okay, more crazy people. Woo!
Your request has been heard.
I can hear it.
We poke, we poke.
Music will speak.
Mon officier n'est pas un capitaine. Oh, this talents.
Now if he had... Okay, we're good.
It's time to say goodbye.
I keep forgetting that we're going on easy mode. They've readjusted the difficulties. So easy is actually really easy now.
There were no unintended consequences. We were able to control Williams in time, and the Conway Automaton 5 he destroyed wasn't useful to our work anyway.
Well, there's an upside.
I am glad you kept the damages to a minimum.
Lucy turns off the screen in front of her and turns around.
Since you are still here, Mr. Ulrich, I take it as a sign that you have more to report?
In a secluded area of the hallway, an emotionally charged complaint is about to take place. The cryptography lead tries to keep his voice low, looking completely disheveled from the turmoil he has just endured.
Williams was merely an accident, ma'am, but Adler is a loose cannon on the team. We need to talk about this. With all due respect, I still don't understand why you put him on the team. He may have made his contributions to Laplace, but that was 8 years ago. Now he's just an irritating defeatist and a staunch supporter of humanocentrism.
Every particle of... Hey look, there's the answer! Ferrofluid! Every particle of ferrofluid in his helmet is vibrating with rage, his voice rising involuntarily.
He never understood the Arcanum, or tried. He's still stuck in the time before the first storm and refuses to acknowledge that his small, beautiful world is gone. How can someone like that help us?
The robot senses his doubt and frustration. There may be more sentiments and underlying issues at play. She pauses for a moment before answering, as if deep in thought.
I understand your concern, but I have not heard anything about the incapacitation of Adler Hoffman.
What? He got a few scratches at most. The guy barely touched him.
Well, he did get punched in the face.
So he is fine. I am glad we agree. Is there anything else you would like to report?
The robot waits 5 seconds for an answer, but there isn't one. This must be the social cue that it's her turn to speak.
His lack of knowledge on Arcanum is exactly why we need him. His human perspective will offer valuable insights on arcane. The results of this study will not only be used to save Arcanists, but also humans who share the same world with us.
The cryptography lead tries to argue further, but Lucy is certain the issue has been sufficiently addressed.
We are racing against the clock, mister. And your report on personal disputes and racial conflicts has wasted 2 minutes and 37 seconds of our time. If he refuses to cooperate, you have every right to remove him from the team. That is your responsibility. Oh.
From the other end of the corridor, the subject of their argument approaches, looking deeply upset and clutching a stack of papers. Clearly, he has heard every word they just said. Oopsie!
I am relieved that you survived your altercation. What would you like to report?
Awkward. Their eyes meet, making both of them squirm uncomfortably. This is undoubtedly one of the most awkward moments in both of their careers. After a prolonged silence, Ulrich steps back and walks away. Without even looking back at him, Enigma begins his report in a low voice. I can talk.
With wasting time, ma'am. The setback with the mask has already driven too many people insane.
Yes.
That's why you should take a look at this.
Okay. He hands the stack of files to Lucy.
I can logically deduce that our current direction is another dead end. The incantation isn't long enough for cryptographic decryption.
Okay, just going off on a hunch. This guy's supposed to be like a Sherlock reference. Just based on, like, how everything is, like, some significant either, like, historical moment or work of fiction or something. Is this supposed to be a Sherlock reference? Since he keeps going on about, like, deduction and logic.
We will have to turn to ancient records. Perhaps we'll find something in age-old manuscripts, in tablet inscriptions, or in the memories of powerful arcanists. But even if we find it, we can't validate it because none of us can cast the skill.
Let's see, the robot remained silent during his pessimistic remarks, flipping through each page of the file. Maybe. He isn't, as far as I know, he isn't a unit. I don't think. And if he is, I don't have him, so I haven't been able to read his story. Because if you go into each unit, you can, like, read their story, and it will vaguely allude to whatever it is they're based on. So he might... Wait, no. Oh, I just had a thought of who it probably is, and the name immediately left me. It's not Sherlock, it's someone else, it's another writer. My memories of Bungo Stray Dogs has left me, no. I think I know who he is, though. I'll have to Google later. Let's see. The robot remained silent during his pessimistic remarks, flipping through each page of the file.
Low-ranking arcanists can't cast high-ranking skills, even if they know the exact pronunciation and meaning of the incantation. Gnosis is beyond reason like that and cannot be debated. It stems from raw intuition rather than logic and intellect, is shaped by personal experience and natural abilities, and cannot be intentionally replicated. And the most determining factor, it relies on the arcanist's purity of blood.
So it's only going to be the people on the island that can cast this. And, like, Arcana.
The miracle ritual you hold such hopes for belongs to the leader of Manus Vindictae, a pure-blooded arcanist whose power is beyond our imagination.
So if we get 37 to join us, we'll be good. And since she's sort of been outcast by the island, she can come with us. And she can save us, is what you're saying.
It's like asking a toddler to solve Goldbach's conjecture. It's completely beyond the boundaries of our limits.
But you are not an arcanist. Why should you play by their rules?
The man is taken aback by her question. It's something he's never considered before.
You are right. Arcanists differ due to their purity of blood. Researcher Medicine Pocket has already reported the linear correlation between the bloodline of an arcanist and their abilities, and has drawn a conclusion 10 times more extreme.
Then you should listen. That's their area of expertise.
Her neck moves subtly, almost like shaking her head.
We know that our cryptographers do not have the power to validate the ritual. And we do not expect you to do that. All I ask of you is to come up with a feasible plan and to do it as a team.
Enigma turns away, repulsed at the mention of team. Lucy finishes reading the report and hands it back to him.
Your deduction is logical, but not practical or actionable. So I should return this to you.
What?
The glow in her eye slit is strangely reassuring, almost like a smile. She looks out of the window.
Your logic is impressive, Adler, but do not let it limit your thinking. You spoke of the boundaries of arcane power, but logic has its limits too, no? Knowledge can be obtained through various means, such as intuition, logical reasoning, empirical observations, and teachings from others. Your team is not the only one cracking the ritual through their own means. If you fail, we will turn to the others, and if that approach is wrong, we will try another. If no solution is found before the storm, we will simply wait for the next one. What matters is we keep moving forward, no matter the cost. We must keep to the path, or we will be swept away like dust in the rain.
For once, the researcher does not argue. He whispers as if talking to himself.
If one team fails, you can still turn to the others. Warum denn? Warum musste es Greta sein?
Yeah, that's another reason why he's on edge. His sister is dead.
What?
Forget it. Just a bitter, irrational thought. This marks the end of my efforts. Hopefully, the others will bring you the needed breakthroughs.
The man walks away in anger. But after only a few steps, a question comes to mind.
You've been waiting here for a while. Are you expecting someone? You aren't the type to waste time listening to us whine. So there must be something here worthy of your attention.
He does have a point.
Is someone close to a breakthrough?
Nothing of the sort. I am recharging. We have a public power outlet here.
It has to recharge herself like a cell phone. She moves her joints as if standing for so long has stiffened her body.
But I am indeed waiting. The doves of the Whitestone House are here.
Okay. The sound of flapping wings fills the air. The researcher is astonished as the creatures, with texture similar to plaster, perches on her metal finger.
Good. Someone closer to the limit has given us aid.
Ooh. Who? Who? Answers? Maybe. Maybe not. I think that's the end of the chapter. Yeah, it is. Okay. Water before I read. Let's see. Investigator Marcus, originally from Romania, has and conversant in several languages, including German and English, has determined that the pronunciation of the spell does not belong to any language she knows, and has therefore provided the spell as phonetic transcription. Whatever that is. So it's not English or German or French or Romanian or Spanish or Chinese or Russian or Polish. Suggestion from Adler, a tuna psycho. I'll smack him later. All incorrect, missing critical information, rare languages, dead languages? Okay.
Be ever so careful, dear. The fiery thirst for knowledge is blazing bright within you. Be careful not to put it out. Once, many fire thieves sat here, sipping coffee, as they tried to decipher the best angle to hold up their reeds to jam the burning wheel of Helios and steal his flame. The gods are selfish. They're stingy with their might.
First come, first serve, I assume.
True. I'm sure the early customers of the bakery share the same philosophy. The line must be respected, however hungry the latecomers may be. There are many fire thieves in the field of science, many more than in the bread buyers in the bakery. Take a look at these geeks in uniforms made of aerospace materials. Among them are arcanists in love with science who spend most of their time studying diodes and machines, and humans who are passionate about the future, always finding new inspirations. Elements, lightning, atoms. Perhaps you've forgotten their counterparts in Arcanum, but you must be familiar with them as scientific discoveries. These discoveries are the milestones of progress, sweetheart. The fire thieves firmly believed that they would be able to bring about many more technical revolutions. The 4th, the 5th, the 65,535th.
Sounds like a twist to the story is coming.
Not yet, darling. We've only finished the prologue. However, there is a but waiting down the road.
Of course there is. There always is.
Sudden rain dampened people's enthusiasm for the future. The floppy disks and many clever minds perished in it. Some of the fire thieves grieved the loss. They screamed and swore to retrieve what was lost. What about the rest of them? They returned to primitive chaos, like coelacanths crawling back into the ocean after thousands of years of evolution. Once again, they became the protégés of Arcanum. Perhaps they made the right choice by leaving that useless science behind. Who knows? The story of the fire thieves has only gone this far, darling. At this point, no one knows what will happen to Prometheus or what's inside Pandora's box.
Okay. There is another... Wait, no, there's another trail. We might as well do them. Nifty little fellow, the crystallization of tangible wisdom. Okay, more water. Let's see. Conway Automaton 5, known as Life Game 5. It is the most popular mind expansion tool in Laplace, capable of stimulating cell life and death calculations within a maximum of something pixels. I forget what the little up arrow, how that's pronounced. I suck at math, it's fine. With predefined rules and supporting modular assembly and custom interfaces among other features, it has been proven to maintain the mental agility and I can read. Mental agility of researchers and can simulate most current popular games. Almost all Conway automatons were lost in the storm or scrapped to make room for important instruments. This is the last remaining one in the Scientific Computing Center. Although the Conway Automaton 5 cannot play a practical role in password decryption, to ensure the enthusiasm of the decryption team's work, an urgent repair request is hereby made. If the repairs cannot be completed in a short period of time, it is hoped that a substitute can be allowed during the repair period, such as the latest handheld console. The Game Dude color. Ah yes, don't you just love the Game Dude? Ah, I see. Let's all break out our Game Dudes. I'm curious though, did I miss any trails? I did. How dare I miss a trail? Puzzles and solvers, now they're all here. Okay, Ulrich, approved. Reasons for selection. The most skilled cryptologist in Laplace, also the most brilliant expert in arcane cryptography. In addition, his energy consumption ratio is excellent, capable of high-quality work for 72 hours with only 2 supplies needed. Recommended for selection as the leader of the decryption team. Team leader's comments. The assessment of mine is incorrect. This record has since been updated to 360 hours. Nevertheless, I agreed. Dawkins approved. Reasons for selection. Dawkins is an expert in linguistics. We need more of such people when the origin of the incantations is unknown. Team leader's comments. Dawkins is talented but lacks a sense of seriousness, as evidenced by his inappropriate jokes. Do not let him work alone. Assign a serious staff member to supervise him, and also use a cold humor punishment device, setting the penalty at £3 a joke. Richard approved. Reasons for selection. Richard is an excellent theoretical mathematician and is able to provide us with advice from a mathematical perspective. Team leader's comments. Richard is only cautious when solving math problems, but averages 3 collisions with table corners per day. Oh no! He also needs a supervisor to prevent such accidents during experiments. Oh no! Matthew approved. Reasons for selection. Matthew has excellent decision-making skills. His fighting spirit will surely bring about important breakthroughs in our decryption work. Team leader's comments. He is just too impulsive. I do not recommend letting him make any decisions, otherwise an explosion in the lab will be the least of our worries. Williams approved. Williams has a meticulous thought process. He excels at finding loopholes and others cannot. Perhaps he can assess Matthew and prevent him from making any egregious mistakes. Williams is what we call an introvert. His penchant for discovery doesn't mean he'll be good at communicating his feelings. He should be left alone to deal with verification. Victor approved. Victor has a leapfrogging thinking pattern and can keep research from getting stuck. Victor's good, sure. It's just that his ideas are sometimes incomprehensible. Do not let him team up with Dawkins. You will definitely end up paying £3 for Dawkins to tell a joke. I can assure you, putting the weirdo and dark humor fanatic together will cause us problems. Adler pending. Adler's recommendation is not only because he is an excellent cryptologist, but also because this decryption is not just a task for arcanists. We need opinions from humans as well. I have my reservations. It's not that the team doesn't need humans, but it shouldn't be a silent enigma who hasn't been seen in public for 8 years. I mean, you already have an introvert. What's one more? I really missed a lot of trails, huh? It's fine. A hasty made report about the Great War painting of the century? Okay, the symptoms of the current storm syndrome can be roughly summarized as oil painting transformation and heightened delirium. Depending on the region, the severity of the storm syndrome also varies. Vienna. Expressionistic oil painting transformation pervades the body uncontrollably. At the same time, emotional stability is severely impaired. Irritability and abnormal behavior occur, including but not limited to using deadly force to correct pronunciation. So the grammar snobs are just going to attack you now if you so much as trip over a single syllable. Declaring oneself as an independent nation and founding a country by family unit. Identifying parties by the color of their oil paintings and persecuting people of different colors. Oh no. Athens, oil painting transformation symptoms only appear on the face, with a few cases of recovery reported, specific reasons unknown. Aggressiveness increases, especially a strong destructive impulse towards olive trees. Okay. Democratic votes on whether to go to war have occurred several times in different squares, often splitting into 2 factions and starting a war during the vote. Cairo. Oil painting transformation symptoms are limited to parts of facial organs, with minor actual effects on the body, which can largely be ignored. The main mental effect is reflected in the increase in swearing. The local military, severely affected, has begun attempting to convert the pyramids into war fortifications. Based on feedback from investigators around the world, it has been tentatively concluded that that the epicenter of the storm is Vienna, and the closer the physical distance to the epicenter, the more severe the symptoms of the storm syndrome. That's the example. German speakers with non-Austrian accents have been attacked by Austrians too, to be more precise. This is an act of rebellion against peace. Okay. I really did just miss all of the traces, didn't I? An urgent notice emitting a monotonous and unignorable ticking sound. Emergency notice. For your personnel's safety, please stop what you are doing and read this report in its entirety, unless your life is in immediate danger. The timekeeper has issued a 24-hour storm warning. All investigators are to abandon their current task upon receiving this notice and return to headquarters to seek shelter. Storm shelter precautions. We will prioritize space for the preservation of personal items that comply with regulation, but note that space at headquarters is limited. Please do not bring unregistered personnel or personal items over 20 kilograms back to headquarters. So if there's an unregistered person under 20 kilograms, they're good. Okay. Note that family members of investigators who are not members of the Foundation are also considered unaffiliated personnel. In special circumstances, such as having to bring unregistered personnel or extra items back to headquarters to protect the Foundation's core principles, please first contact the headquarters through the nearest device with sound functionality and a dial. Must have a round movable part and sound, such as a car radio, and we will respond as soon as possible. For the Foundation's core principles, please refer to Foundation Investigators Code of Conduct, Chapters 1 through 3. Since the storm syndrome is currently irreversible, for the safety of the Foundation, returning personnel must undergo an inspection. High levels of infection will restrict your entry, and we will place you in a special isolation area until the storm ends. If you are in critical situation and require assistance, the various rescue methods outlined in the field mission evacuation instructions will remain in effect. Reasonable rescue requests that comply with regulations will be responded to immediately. Any more? Okay, we just missed everything at the beginning. It's fine. It's fine. We're good. We go. I just need to keep track of that a little bit better.
Any news from Zeno?
They are moving as planned. The deployment will be complete within 2 hours. What about Arcana?
Same old, standing still on the rock as if she's a part of it. Soaking up the salt in the wind, I guess.
Senato fiddles with the communication device, making sure Lilia's voice is loud and clear. Now Regulus can hear their exchange with perfect clarity.
She's found herself a good spot, overlooking all of us from up there. The center of the island where the number people are heading, the entrance to the cave where Vertin and 37 are going, and the beaches in the storm. Nothing escapes her sight.
Sounds about right.
Impressive! Maybe she's planning her escape.
No, she's probably planning her world domination.
Is she also going to swim? It seems like we're in for a swimming competition. Speaking of which, it would be nice if those tortoise slowpokes could swim a little faster.
She hangs up and resumes surveillance of her target. The next 2 hours are critical. The islanders are busy with the cleansing ceremony while the outsiders are preparing for their departure.
Look, Sonetto, I understand your plan now. But I still can't shake off a bad feeling about all this.
Don't worry, Regulus. We have gone over this many times. The margin of error should be below 0.00025%. I'm confident that it will work.
I know. Spare me with the numbers.
Had enough numbers. Let's see. She waves her hand quickly, as if swatting away the numbers like flies.
I'm still worried about Vertin. Will she make it back in 2 hours?
That is the question.
If she doesn't come back in time, who's going to take charge and guide us? We'll have to steer our own course, won't we?
Yes.
That is just how this art style is. Let's see, Yumeto nods.
Laplace is gathering every piece of information they can find on the storm. The discovery of the asymmetrical nuclide R was already a remarkable breakthrough. It would help the immunity research a lot if the Timekeeper could find something useful in that cave.
Let's see, the pirate is not satisfied with the answer. Evidently, she has a strong opinion on the matter.
I don't think she's going to have a lovely time there, judging by what happened to me last time.
Let's see, having spent the longest time there, she's undoubtedly the most qualified to comment on the subject.
Is it just me, or do you also find this a bit fishy? The dangers aside.
That might mean that's just how like the anime art style is in general. Is like you always draw hair with points. That's just how it is. And like most of the hairstyles in this game are fairly normal. It's not like we have anything that really defies gravity like you see in some like shonen series.
What? Is this deity some sort of answering machine?
In fact, Apeiron is a philosophical concept introduced by the ancient Greek philosopher Anaximander, which means the origin of everything.
If you want to question anything, how about you question the fact that we have a sentient apple friend? Or a piece of glass that's named Door that is also sentient. It's fine. In an earlier chapter, we met someone that was literally just a hat.
It is the physical manifestation of the boundless, the indeterminate, and the infinite. Everything arises from it and returns to it. But it appears to serve a more practical purpose for the believers on this island.
Miss Marta told me about this. There are limits to the knowledge one can acquire, even when using numbers, which are considered closest to the essence. But Apeiron is a boundless, limitless existence. If we wish to seek knowledge beyond our own limitations, we must turn to it for help.
She faithfully recites what she learned from the teachings of Apeiron. Apple adjusts his bow tie, grateful for her contribution.
To the best of this Apple's recollection, the more ancient, abstract, and intangible an entity is, the more likely
but the hair is relatively normal in this game. Like, the only hair that might be seen as a little weird is Voyager, just because her hair is galaxy, and it moves. Like, the stars, like, actually animate in her hair. But, like, all of the more human characters, the Arcanist, the normal Arcanist, their hair is relatively normal.
By communing with the supreme existences through sympathetic magic, worshippers could gain the guidance of their transcendental gnosis. They would, of course, exact a price from the worshippers as well.
Price?
Just hearing the word makes your heart sink.
Could you be more specific on that, Mr. Apple?
You only just now realized that Vertin could die here. Yumeto, where have you been?
What's the price? Lives or something else?
How everyone's reacting, I'm assuming it's their lives that's on the line.
Jump over here!
I mean, we are sort of jumping on to little platforms over a void.
Now you are on number 1.
Shouldn't she be on number 0? I'm guessing she has to be on 0, you have to be on 37.
And you should jump to 7. This is a 4x4 magic square. You just need to make sure every 4 steps you take adds up to 34.
Okay. Howling wind fills the air. The unstable footing is the only solid thing they can rely on. Yeah, basically. Welcome to the world of math. It's very deadly. It's fine. The path into the cave is completely different than before. The transparent stairs are gone as the swirling golden lines in the air. Now only cold rock walls surround them, and numbered bricks lie beneath their feet. It's a game of hopscotch unlike any other.
I don't understand 37. This place was different the last time we were here.
Well, you failed the last challenge, now you have a new challenge.
It has changed because the test has begun. The path to new knowledge is always harder than verifying a known result.
We will see.
Don't worry.
So long as
this
Burton
is like
has...
a labyrinth with a minotaur. There is always a way to the center.
So long as Burton has 37, I think they'll both be fine, because 37 understands all this math nonsense. Burton probably understands it to an extent, but it's not like she was raised here or anything.
But weren't those labyrinth walkers offerings to the Minotaur?
Unfortunately, she doesn't seem to care or be concerned at all because it's 37 and she just...
Solve the magic square. Burton, the next number is 10.
She's just... Everything is fine. There's plenty of thoughts behind those eyes, but there's not a care in the world behind those eyes. Everything is just hunky-dory with her. Let's see, the world turns around them as space is revealed. As the magic square is solved, the maze shifts once more.
Oh no! It turned into a magic circle! We have to calculate again! This one's easy. The sum of the numbers on each circle should be equal to the sum of the numbers on its diameter plus the number in the middle.
I will take your word for it.
We're just going from a square
How do you
to a
know
circle.
magic circle
It's
puzzles?
not that difficult.
If you know the magic square, maybe you know a magic circle.
You are now on 32. We need to find 17 or 21.
Completely absorbed in solving the puzzle, she doesn't notice what's coming up behind her. Oh no! A geometric figure with the number 21 hurtles towards her. For a moment, she thought she heard it chuckle. I'll take your word for it. I know nothing.
Careful, 37. The numbers are coming to life. We need to put them back in place.
Only touch the right numbers. By the way, all the numbers are just gonna attack you now and you have to touch any of them.
Your request has been heard.
There's just little hermit crabs. Okay. 3 times 7 equals 21.
What? Are you making fun of my name?
White shell, pincer-like forelimbs.
They're little hermit crabs.
Ah! It deflected my arcane skill!
Don't tell me I have to hit the right one. Oh no. I just noticed there's numbers next to them. Oh no. I have a calculator. I have my phone. I have a calculator. It will be fine.
Burton, it's no use attacking 21. Just focus on 9 and 33 instead.
Do we need calculator though? I will pull up calculator just in case.
Start with the number that has the largest absolute value. 33.
Or she can just tell me the answer. I am fine with that. I know nothing of math. 37 save me. I will take your word for it. I will take your word for it. Did I ever mention that I barely passed math in school? So, like, I know nothing. Okay, she said to attack you. So what we'll do is that.
Break it, break it.
This is not a mistake made by man.
Well, he still hit 21.
No matter. The bones will tell.
Well, no, here, we can do this and that.
Music will speak.
And then I guess we could do this.
The Bagua drown on the cyan brick never warns about its
Maybe I
changes.
didn't need to open up my calculator.
Careful.
It's time to say goodbye. Don't miss me.
Hopefully, we did it right. I guess all the paths are straight now. The ground ceases its shake and everything comes to a standstill once again. The numbers have returned to their original positions. 37 breezes past them with a cheerful smile, making a beeline for the exit.
Like I said, it's not that big of a deal.
To me, there is nothing interesting about math. It is just a nightmare. A nightmare that I understand needs to exist, but I really don't want it to exist. It's just a pain in the butt. It's a major headache, and I always dreaded every second of it. Let's see, she stops. Before the gate stands a familiar figure. Is it gonna be her mom?
I thought the next question would be the Ford Circle, the Monster Group, or Hilbert's Infinite Grand Hotel. I never thought it would be 6.
Oh, 6 is here. Well, I mean, that's fine, but when I have to do the calculating myself, and it's not some, like, program doing the calculating, that is when it's horrible. Like I said, I barely passed it in high school. In school in general, I think I passed it by, like, 1 point. And I honestly remember nothing of it.
Hello, 6. Are you the real thing?
I doubt that he is the real thing. Because he's with the other integers trying to purify the island. He wouldn't be here. This is like an illusion.
Yes, I'm the real 6.
I do not believe you.
I wouldn't be so sure. When it comes to the essence, we are all shadows cast on a wall by a flickering fire. How do you know you're the real 6?
Well, everyone on this island is assigned a number, and that becomes their name. So she's 37, he's 6, we have a 210, we have an 888. Vertin has been assigned the number 0. Also, if you're an irrational number, you're screwed on this island. They hate you. I feel like I'm also missing the joke with the 6s. So I will take your word for it. Now it's too much to take in. Even 37 can't help but step back.
Did you just smile?
6 never smiles, he's a fake. Yes, they are. They are very prejudiced. They absolutely hate irrational numbers. They locked up Regulus as soon as they found out that she was a regular. And they could have killed her because she was a regular, but instead they just locked her up. Yeah, that's why he is assigned 6. He is the perfect number. That's everything that's in this area. Anything number related, it deals with this.
Now I very much doubt that you're real.
I didn't. And I am the true 6.
No.
This gate has always been guarded by a 6.
Oh, okay. The leader reverts back to a blank expression. 37 doesn't seem too thrilled to see her friend here. I will take your word for it, GM. I don't understand. Probably, because their goal is like transcendental everything, basically.
I have a bad feeling about this. I think the question we're about to answer will be very simple.
And yet you're nervous about this.
It's just a formality, isn't it? You'll ask a question and let us through. I've seen you do that on other tests before.
Formality is also important.
No, only the essence is important. Only the forms are important.
I will take your word for it. 6 shakes his head, showing no inclination to continue the debate.
This is a question about the essence and forms, 37.
Well, that's irrational. As far as I'm aware, that's also what an irrational number is? Or wait, no, a rational number is the one that just has the repeating decimals.
Please pay heed to it. As for Miss Vertin, we only expect you to lend a patient ear.
I will take your word for it. None of it makes sense to me. I have 2 brain cells, and they only function with vocal synthesizers and Kingdom Hearts. Anything else, it's completely awash with me.
Very well.
37 looks at 6 with determination, the same look she had when she faced that challenge in the game of Kotobos? She's confident that she can solve any problem that comes her way.
37. If your pursuit of truth were to lead to the destruction of your faith and beliefs, would you still keep going?
What?
She exclaims involuntarily.
What kind of question is that?
I will take your word for it. I don't know. I'm just going off of what I vaguely remember from the last chapter where we were on the island, and I think they described irrational as just repeating decimals. Because there's like no end to the number or whatever. It just keeps going on forever. Or something. I don't know. I remember nothing. I haven't missed anything, right?
If my pursuit of truth will be the destruction of my beliefs...
She shakes her head repeatedly, looking more perplexed than when she checked the Manus followers' math homework. Yeah.
I came for the truth, and my faith is the truth. Why would the truth be destroyed by the truth? If it's because I did the calculation wrong, I'll go back and do it again. And next time, I will do better.
An answer without hesitation, causing the gatekeeper to pause for an extra moment of silence.
What if the essence of truth is there is no truth?
Isn't that also a form of the truth? Its non-existence is an answer in itself, is it not? You're speaking like 210. Are you really 6?
Okay, see you later. Have a good rest of your day. I'm gonna try and not let my head explode with all these numbers. But we'll just focus on the pretty designs. We focus on the pretty designs, we ignore the numbers, we'll be good. Let's see, 37 has clearly run out of patience with the sophistry. She stares at 6 in annoyance, trying to detect any signs on his face that he might be playing a joke on her.
I should be more specific. You may see it as another allegory. A gate stands before you. Open it, and you will find the truth you seek.
Okay.
But at the same time, the world as you know it will crumble. Will you still open it?
Well, I mean, that's the whole reason we're here, so I'm assuming the answer is going to be yes. 37 blinks. This time, her answer is even more clear and resolute.
Yes. If my world changes because the truth is revealed, doesn't that mean my previous understanding was wrong and should be corrected? If what's behind the gate is really the truth, why would I give up the truth for falsehood?
I see. You've passed. As a reward, I will bestow upon you this sacred ritual.
Oh? Okay.
It will bridge the gap between you and the Supreme Existence during communion.
The gilded scroll is presented to her, but the winner only furrows her brows even harder.
Was that it? You didn't even ask a question that posed a real challenge.
And you said you expected this, so why are you upset?
See, Vertin? I knew this was just a formality. Vertin?
No, 37. I think this question...
37.
6 interjects.
There are some words I'd like to share with you.
Okay.
Not as 6, but myself, who used to live under the name Atticus.
Oh, he has a name.
We know the story of Socrates' life, how truth and politics are at odds with each other. Either be wise, uninvolved, and look on, or be practical, involved, and suffer. I hope you will remember your answer when the defining moment comes for you.
Okay. Well, I mean, it was implied that everyone had, like, a real name until their number was revealed, or whatever. But I think this is the first time they've actually, like, straight up said what one of the real names was. He leaves. The game has been a disappointment. 37 frowns in frustration, but she keeps a tight grip on the scroll. The gate in the center of the circle has swung open, but the path ahead is still shrouded in mist.
We should go, Vertin. There's a long way ahead. I hope the next question will be more fun.
Oh, and we're back to poking.
Your request has been heard.
But we don't have to go after numbers again, do we? Yes. I think.
73! A good number. It's the 8th twin prime, the 8th lucky prime, and the same combination as 37. But sadly, you're the 21st prime number, which makes you less than perfect. Vertin, let's start with
73, because it has the largest absolute value.
Nice choice, Vertin. You are a quick learner.
Okay. So, we channel, we poke, we poke.
The bones will tell.
Break it, break it.
This is not a mistake made by man.
Let's see, it's still this one. Can we attack it? We can.
Music will speak.
Boop and boop.
Careful.
I have no idea. I haven't tried it. But we're gonna kill the last two at the same time, so I think it's fine. I assume you get like a game over, or they do like a one-shot move. I would assume, but I'm not sure.
Nothing I haven't expected so far. Just like what Mom told me. They're just games, like skipping rocks, katabos, and hopscotch. I've always been good at games. Look, there's the gate, Vertin. We're almost at the end.
37 claps her hands with satisfaction, having resolved yet another obstacle. I have no idea. I know that she mentioned the twin prime, but I really don't know what it is, so I wouldn't know what to look for. Like I said, I almost failed math. I don't know this stuff. But her companion is much more pensive.
What's the matter, Vertin? You've been quiet since we met 6. But you're number 0, not 6. You have no common factor with him.
No. I'm only thinking... What's the question you're going to ask? We've only got one chance.
The most important question of all, of course.
Well... Yes, but not for the island. There are twins. Have you seen... What's that horror movie? Is it The Shining? The one with the twins that stand in the hallway holding hands and saying, "We want to play"? That there's a character based on them.
About the essence of the emanation, right?
It was not a hard guess. The Islanders devote their lives to the study and service of the essence. Nothing is more important than this question. The essence reveals the ultimate truth that underlies all existence. Everything else is just fragments of the phenomenal world. It might not directly solve the issue of the storm of immunity, but knowing its nature will certainly help with that aspect. And it's the key to solving not just one problem, but many others.
Well, the essence of it is important. But one day, we will eventually come to understand it. Even if we leave it alone for now, it will still be there. Yes?
I think so.
She seems to have something else in mind.
I can't stop thinking about Regulus. Despite being so close to the answer, she turned back in the cave, determined to earn the answer rather than receive it on a silver platter. It's like covering your ears in front of the oracles at Delphi. How typical of an irrational number. But she was also right, wasn't she? None of the precepts forbids one from doing so. People like her may fall behind or get distracted along the way, learning at a slower pace. But in the end, we will all converge. It doesn't matter if some arrive sooner than others.
So, are you going to ask something else?
Apparently. Let's see, this time she nods.
Yes, I have come up with a better question.
And what would that be?
A question that will solve all our problems once and for all, and free everyone from the emanation.
Okay.
It's not as profound as my first question, but it's an equally good one.
I see. I will stop here then.
Huh?
She turns around, eyes wide with surprise.
Vertin, are you turning back like Regulus? But you're a 0. You're not an irrational.
No, I won't go far. I will wait for you here. This is your gate to open. It is your question, your answer. I will stay here and watch over you. If you encounter any danger in there, I will come to your aid at once.
But don't you also have a question to ask Aperon? Aren't your doubts unresolved?
No, I don't need to ask anymore. The question you're going to ask, the one that will free us all from the emanation, is exactly the question I want to ask, 37.
37 tilts her head curiously, but her confusion soon fades. She quickly understands, as she does with most things in life.
I see. So you're choosing to be the one who looks on, like the third kind of men in the Olympic Games. A choice of insight. Most appropriate for the number 0.
Without further hesitation, she turns and steps into the final gate.
In that case, I will see you later then, Vertin.
See you soon, 37.
Put the suitcase down and breathe. Be ready for anything.
Will this really be the collapse of her world as she knew it? Like Six said, if that happens, I'll be here to hold the umbrella for her.
Dun dun dun. But no, here, since we're between chapters, let me go to my suitcase real quick. Because I do, in fact, have the twins.
Forte. Piano.
Yeah. Behold.
Are you here for Louisa or Louisa?
So these are the twins that we have. They have nothing to do with the island, but we do have twins. Also, why are you lit up?
Welcome.
Oh, did I must have leveled you up. Me. Oh, get that for points. But no, we got a little bit of everything in here. Most of these characters are based on like historical events or historical figures, or legends or like really popular concepts, or just random objects. Like one of my favorite designs, Voyager. She is based on NASA's Voyager satellite. That's why she has like this music theme going on, because there were records of all of these songs on that satellite. So yeah. Just a little bit of everything in here. Also, I apparently have things I need to claim. Yeah, the design concepts in this game are really, really cool. Another one, it took me a while to figure out who he was. I really liked X's design. Nice to meet you. He's a Rube Goldberg machine. That's what he's based on. That's why he's obsessed with butterflies, the butterfly effect. It took me a bit. I was going through his character story. I bumped the wrong thing. But no, with each character, you get to learn more about them. And as you read all of their things, it becomes clear what they're inspired by or what they're based on. It's like, oh, he's based on contraptions. Which I thought was fun. Okay, here we go. The story continues. The cave is bathed in warm, flickering candlelight. Preparations for the cleansing ceremony are finally complete. The integers are waiting for their leader to return. Okay, so it was the real 6. Interesting. I honestly thought it was some sort of illusion.
I think 37 is going to make it.
888 lowers her voice, concealing her worry.
Who knows?
Leaning against the cavern wall, 210 absent-mindedly adjusts the grapevine on his hair out of boredom.
6 should be the easiest one to pass. The math puzzles in the labyrinth shouldn't be a problem for our little star either. The only tricky question is from Aperon, and no one knows what it will be. It is a fair game. Answer Aperon's question and it will answer yours. But if you give the wrong answer, oops.
He pinches the grape between his fingers and crushes it, its juice splattering onto his hand.
It'll hardly be a graceful end.
Oh no.
You are gross.
888 shakes her head, not even bothering to hide her disgust.
We know little about the test. The last person to pass the test was 300 years ago. The price of failure was high. For the longest time, the Sixers forbade people from risking their lives for it.
Well, Six lied.
Oh?
Someone passed the test 4 years ago.
Huh? Oh, hey Jason, how you doing? An unexpected piece of information. Even 210 straightens up with attention. The Banshee gazes into the distance, watching the shadows cast by the candles dance on the walls.
The two of them are so much alike. Their talents, their mindsets, even their first thoughts when facing an impossible challenge. It is an irresistible temptation indeed.
Who?
With a path to all truths right in front of you, just within reach. Who wouldn't want to give it a try?
But who did? Flashback? Yeah, whenever they do PlayStation controllers that look like the original PS1 controller, it's so cool. Let's see, amid the swirling lights and shadows, the trial is reaching its conclusion. She has reached the heart of the maze, the lair of the Minotaur, where the final challenge awaits. Through the mist, the form gradually takes shape. First it appears to be a scholar, then a soldier, but it continues to transform into a king, a farmer, a child, an elder. Oh. Finally, it stops and solidifies into a young woman with a sharp and chilling smile. Isn't that just, like, cheap change for you, though, with how crazy you get with your pre-orders? Isn't that just your average pocket money with how you describe things? That's just your lunch money.
Mama, how are you here?
A soft chuckle slips out from the shadow.
No, I'm not who you think I am, child.
For me, anything over $25 is a lot, but I know you're built different.
I'm but a shadow, a flicker of fire, a projection before you. The finite cannot comprehend the infinite. Your limited senses cannot imagine what you've never seen, nor fathom what you've never heard. I am the answer to your desperate prayers. I am the blindfold before you see daylight. I'm the reflection of your confused, hollow faces in the water. I am the lingering echo of the last visitor.
Okay, so her mom came here.
But you look just like Mama.
But isn't, like, Minecraft on console, like, really bad? Or have they fixed that? Because I know when they first made, like, Minecraft for console, it was just horrible. Did they finally fix it and make it playable? Let's see. Eagerly, 37 steps forward.
This is the last obstacle of the test. The gate of truth is just ahead, right? And here you are, standing in front of me. Does that mean that you finally reached the transcendental realm?
Oh, right, you buy things, but you never use them, right? I forgot almost. My brain has been sort of fried. I finally finished the project I've been working on for weeks. It's fine. It's fine.
So my conjecture was right, and our model did not fail, correct?
The Transcendental Realm?
Wouldn't know. It's like... So let's see, I bought Minecraft like around the time it first came out because a lot of people were playing it and I was curious. I got very bored of it. And then in my last job, I started talking with some people that worked there and they were very excited about Minecraft. They were working on a new world and they invited me to join on to their server. And I was like, okay. And I realized, oh, I lost my original code of the game. So I had to buy it again, and I think that one was the Java one. I think. But once again, I got very bored of it. I was able to go onto his server like once, and then he like stopped it, or we both got busy. We were on like different schedules, so it just never lined up where I could help with the server after that one time. Because they were making like a very, very in-depth build. It was really cool. He had like this tree house. It was crazy. But at the same time, it's like sandbox games in general. I just get bored of them really quick. Because it's like, there's nothing to do, but there's also way too much things to do. I need like something streamlined. I need a story to keep me focused. For the most part. Sometimes games can get me. Like, some sandbox games can get me out of that mindset. Like, I can get really hooked on Animal Crossing when I'm really bored. But that's, like, the closest I've come to any sort of game like that, where I can just keep going and going and be fine. But Minecraft, I just zone out too quickly. Let's see. The woman's laugh is strange and unsettling.
You speak adorable nonsense, my dear daughter. Did you really believe what I said?
That was a creepy smile.
You silly little goose.
37 stops in her tracks and lifts her head in disbelief. She locks eyes with those aquamarine orbs that are unmistakably her mother's eyes.
Have you not doubted, even for a moment? You did. You wavered when you strolled the shores at night, when you inevitably gazed at the geometric bodies. If they really are manifestations of the transcendental world, why can't I find Mama's number in the broken pieces? You thought. Why can't I hear her voice? Why can't I see their patterns? The darkness blinds me. I miss you, Mama.
Reaper.
Oh, my poor, sweet daughter.
Stop acting like you're the mom you aren't.
You are too young and naive, too attached to what is familiar and too trusting of your teachings. You should have continued doubting instead of following my outdated footsteps. Was the conjecture wrong? Was the model correct? It does not matter, child. The rules of the game have changed. The Chaos Makers, the Fearmongers, and the Rule Shapers, they have already outpaced us. We were not wrong, we simply fell behind. We were blinded by the dream of the Transcendental Realm and could not see through reality. But worry not, my daughter. You have made it here, and that is all that matters. We will do the calculations together. This time, the results will be more accurate than ever.
Mama!
Well, 37 doesn't seem to be fazed. With a gentle smile, the woman tucks her hair behind her ears and reaches out a hand to the girl.
This world is an enormous wasteland, 37. Look at the creations in it. The congested, silent herds that scurry to and fro in their meaningless lives. Never have they looked at the stars above, nor bent to smell the flowers. The melodies of the patterns above go unheard by them, their souls unresonant to their wisdom. They are the prisoners of their bodies, complacent in their dulled senses, and conceited over their success of ruling the planet through violence and bloodshed. They mocked us, shunned us, and slaughtered us. They discriminated against us throughout the ages, branded us as lunatics, and spat on what we held dear. But we never gave up once. We were never truly defeated.
Why do I feel like this is gonna turn into like Arcana?
Wrong, and they will be forced to admit it.
Because this is sounding like a Manus speech, honestly.
My daughter, my precious little pearl. Come to me, back in your mother's arms. Let us return to a time before disputes and disasters, when it was just you and me wandering the boundless beach. I will share with you the infinite secrets of this world, the essence of all things, and the truth that transcends everything. That's what you came for, yes?
Technically, no. Her eyes are earnest and sincere, and a little crazy. 37 slowly climbs the stairs, longing to reach out and grasp her mother's hands. She suddenly looks up, confused, and asks a question.
But Mama, I am 37, not infinity. Why would I want an infinite number of secrets?
She only wants 37. She's limiting herself.
The ground shaking.
That doesn't seem good.
Did she give the wrong answer?
The cavern's illusory landscape shifts again. I can read, I promise. A fierce wind abruptly rises around her. Amidst the howling gale, 37 looks defiantly up into the air, her eyes peering past her mother's silhouette.
I don't long for the infinite secrets, for it is not within the scope of my number. I know who I am. I am only 37, a finite number, a pebble in the sand. The tides could wash over me, engulf me, and crush me at any moment. Even so, I am glad to be 37, for I know my limits. I know my boundaries. A concept whose supreme existences cannot even fathom.
Her mother's shadow shatters, the shards shimmering and pulsing in the air as if they were alive. The wind picks up, whipping her hair around and forcing her to narrow her eyes against the current. But she stands her ground, refusing to yield.
Apeiron, the boundless one, I am here for a simple question. How can we escape the darkness of the phenomenal world and be free from the emanation forever?
Her voice disappears into the wind like a pebble sinking into a pond. But then the ripples echo back. Creepy. Well, I think she passed. Okay. Incomprehensible sounds assault her ears like ancient echoes rising from the depths of the ocean. They aren't recognizable syllables of any known language, but more like reverberations between layers of rock walls, each note stabbing through her like a dagger. Need to read through the warpiness. Her breathing becomes labored and blood trickles from her nose. Oh no. Dizziness churns in her head, causing her vision to blur and double.
How? It clearly promised me an answer. Is it because the answer to my question, the transcendental truth, is outside of our limits too?
Uh-oh. She's in a coma again.
Make way! Move! Madam Lucy, we have the right pronunciation.
Oh?
The script you gave me was correct. This is the arcane language of the incantation. Where did you get it?
Very well. Give it to me. Inform all research teams that we are moving on to the next phase of the project.
Swift and sure footsteps stride past glass-walled rooms, stopping at the main control room of the Storm Observation and Research Initiative. The control station is bustling with activity as I don't know why I'm tripping over this word so much. Liaisons send messages through electrical signals and pneumatic tubes to various offices, all past the well-oiled routine. Enigma is here too. All of this fancy stuff. Oh, and he's here too.
There is none. I'm afraid you'll leave disappointed, Madam Lucy.
The robot hardly notices the mockery in his tone. She approaches one of the liaisons and holds out her hand. In her palm is the script brought by the dove.
Send this to everyone. It has been verified. This is the correct pronunciation of the immunity ritual.
This is...
His hands tremble. Despite its size, the tiny slip of paper holds great importance. Following the pronunciation guidelines, he carefully spells out the first word.
La Unwa.
The script is taken from his grasp. Standing next to him, the liaison holds the script in her hand, also trembling with excitement.
We must share this with everyone!
She trots over to the control station. The script is transposed onto the screen. The liaison meticulously checks every detail, ensuring that nothing is overlooked.
La unua circlo.
She reads into the microphone, her voice confident and clear. With a final press of the send button, she turns away with a satisfied smile on her face. Oh no! Oh no, everyone's gonna cast it! Oh no! Without warning, her torso cracks apart and her entire form crumbles, shattering to the ground in pieces.
What was that?
Oh no. Oh no. Chairs scrape loudly against the floor, coffee cups clatter to the ground, and people scramble about in a frenzy. The director of Laplace remains still, her eyes fixed on the rapidly flashing lights on the screen.
Stop the transmission! The ritual is wrong!
She pauses. In the face of chaos and turmoil, it falls on someone to step up and take action. So take action. What? Is the robot evil? The robot's evil, isn't she?
The incantation is indeed correct.
Answers? Answers. Answers. What? The robot's evil, isn't she? Lucy's evil. Lucy's part of the Manus, isn't she? I mean, she doesn't care about people. That could be part of her coding, or that could just be her. Because we have plenty of inhuman characters, and they have plenty of sympathy and compassion. She is like the one exception to the rule. In other glass-walled rooms, researchers look up from their work in confusion. The airlock doors have been sealed tight, and their electronic equipment is flashing erratically.
Warning. Warning.
At the same time, all of their screens light up simultaneously, indicating the arrival of a new message.
Dawkins, forget the outside. Come look at this. Some guys cracked it. They found the correct pronunciation.
Oh no.
For real? They better be serious if this is some kind of prank.
Despite the blaring alarms, the staff gathers around their screens, eagerly reading aloud the incantation that was just sent. Oh no.
La una circlo?
Something circle.
Damn it! Damn it!
Which I mean would make sense if it's something circle. Just because this whole thing has been about circles. He runs down the corridor at full speed, gasping for air. Just as the airlock doors begin to close, he flings himself through. The closest room, with glass walls, is filled with a thick white smoke. He sprints to the door and frantically pounds on it.
Ulrich! Dawkins! Victor! Ricard! Are you in there? Listen, if you receive the pronunciation of the incantation, do not recite it. Do not write it down. Do not pass it on.
Too late.
I know we've had our differences, but you have to trust me. I'm trying to save you.
A chilling silence looms on the opposite side of the door. The only noise that can be heard is Lucy's emotionless voice coming through the speakers.
Warning. Warning. All personnel stay away from their communication terminals. Do not recite any messages on the screen. Repeat. Do not recite the incantation. Do not recite the incantation. Do not recite...
The door suddenly opens, the smoke pouring out nearly chokes him. Everyone has been snapped. Yep. A cryptographer emerges from the thick smoke, his movements stiff and his face expressionless. As he opens his mouth to speak, a small crack forms at the corner of his lips and quickly spreads across his entire face, as if he were made of clay. Suddenly he collapses, his skin splitting and cracking like parched earth.
Richard!
Enigma quickly moves to support him, preventing his colleague from breaking into pieces on the hard floor. It's a little late for that. He checks his vitals, still alive, only his skin has been affected by the mutation. Underneath the cracked exterior, he could still see human flesh and blood.
Don't speak. We're going to the recap center.
No, you go, Dawkins.
Lifting a muddy finger, he manages to point towards the room. Slowly, a monumental figure emerges from the hazy entrance. It is a mud golem, with thick clumps of mud dripping off its body. The only remaining human element is Dawkins' nameplate, barely clinging to its chest. Okay.
Dawkins? No, no, no!
The airlock door at the end of the hallway hisses open. A squad of security guards with hypno bullets and restraint nets barge their way in.
Researcher Adler, please evacuate immediately. We will take over from here.
Okay, it's time to poke a mud friend. At least we don't have to worry about math and he duplicated himself. It's fine.
I can hear it. It is here.
Let's see. We will channel.
Speak.
Okay. I guess we will just... Oh no, just do that. That should kill both of them. Yeah.
The curtain.
I thought the worst case would be that the ritual is useless since no one here can wield it.
Oh, is it because of the power difference? That could be a thing. Like, if you aren't, like, fully pure-blooded arcanist or whatever, maybe there's, like, a side effect to casting it. But if you're more pure-blood, you'll be fine, and you get immunity.
Wrong. So terribly wrong. The reality is 1,000,000 times worse. We have invited a disaster. It is a curse, even more unpredictable, unstable, and uncontrollable than the mask.
He grips his hair tightly, his voice hoarse as he shouts.
Dora crumbled to dust. Richard cracked like dry land, and Dawkins turned into a statue of mud. And Victor, he vanished. We've tried everything, but he's nowhere to be found. Yet he's here, typing, sending emails, getting the door for me.
Well, he's still here then. It's fine.
all of these catastrophic events, and only 3 words were uttered. 3.
He shakes his head and laughs bitterly, not even in the mood for mockery after all that's happened.
What are we dealing with, Madam Lucy? Which deity are we provoking and stealing from?
No one can answer his question. The security guards are busy cleaning up the mess, while liaisons are frantically issuing warnings and confirming the extent of the casualties. The rehab center personnel have also arrived, and as they leave, their stretchers are filled with injured people. His supervisor finishes up a call and hangs up the phone on the wall.
Get some rest, Mr. Adler. Your mission is complete. Other researchers will take it from here.
You what?
He asks in disbelief, anger swelling in his chest.
Are you not going to call it off? After all that's happened?
She doesn't care about anything. We've established this through multiple missions. She does not care.
The research must go on.
The robot's answer is concise and cold.
The authenticity of the incantation and the fact that any arcanist can recite it were revealed to us through this unexpected mishap. Now, a new question arises. How can we eliminate the side effects? From now on, we no longer require the help of human researchers.
You're hired, and then 2 seconds later, you're fired. Okay. Her tone is calm and gentle, yet with authority. The decision has been made.
Only Arcanum can lift a curse of Arcanum.
The eerie sounds continue to reverberate in the cave. 37 kneels on the transparent stairs, blood seeping from her mouth and nose.
Stay with me. I'll get you out.
The suitcase, the noises wouldn't reach her in there. It could be her refuge. 37 suddenly jerks, slowly in an ornate skill rises from her bosom. She didn't use the scroll! She was supposed to use that, I think, first. Or it will activate itself.
6's scroll.
The strange noises begin to fade. In its place is an ancient melody. It won't let me click. It wants to play the whole thing. It's pretty. Oh?
+1, -1, +2, -3, 3, -3, +2, -1, +1.
Oh, the notes?
I see. I understand now.
What did you say? 37. Are you feeling better now?
She nods, having regained her clarity.
The numbers, Burton. 6's scroll reconciled the gap between the supreme existence and me. I can now hear and understand.
Okay.
The answer to my question, the solution to free us from the emanation, the response Apeiron promised me, is a string of numbers.
Okay. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. We are in math world. Math land. Okay. Water, and then I read. Okay. On the storm immunity incantation consent form. If you are aware of the responsibilities and risks and still wish to participate in the Storm Immunity Smell Research Project, please read and sign below. Please note that if you refuse to sign after reading, you will be placed under surveillance until the research is completed due to the confidentiality requirements. Warning, do not recite the following content in any non-experimental setting. It's fine. Reciting this spell will cause random curses, therefore its distribution is forbidden. If you happen to recite this spell and remain conscious, please immediately stop moving. Stay where you are and try to perform actions that might indicate your continued existence until discovered by the post-incident handling team. The text of the incantation is as follows. Do not recite, do not disseminate. Let's see, Rickard, experimental modification, Dawkins, total modification, Dora, structural breakdown, Victor, loss of observation. We can't see him, he's invisible. Oh, there is a trail. There is a trail. Notice some names familiar and strange. We regret to report tragic news today. A large number of researchers have been injured and even killed in an accident caused by the spread of storm immunity incantations. Due to special emergency management regulations, the funerals of the deceased personnel will be temporarily postponed. Please remember the names of the victims, remember their sacrifice, and remember that our research is not over. Dora, Evans, Gary, obliterated. Rickard, Vincent, skin transformed. Dawkins' entire body turned to mud, lost the ability to speak. He was speaking. He was mumbling, but he was speaking. He said it was him. Victor disappeared from existence, no longer physically detectable. But he's still doing things. He's still there. He's just invisible. Margaret shrunk. Lewis dissolved into a puddle of goo. See, Victor and Margaret are fine. But everyone else is... Well, I mean, Dawkins could have been fine, but I think everyone killed him. The winds died down, the cave is quiet again. The trial is over, as usual, the Star of Hermes has found her answer.
We got it. The key to the gate of truth. Apiron has answered me. This is the final solution.
She chirps with delight as the scroll completes its task and lands back in her hand.
We must leave here at once. We have to tell everyone.
I am so proud of you, 37. We will save everyone.
There's finally room to breathe, if only for a brief moment. Yet the feeling of unease remains.
There's one thing I don't understand.
And that is?
How are the numbers going to help us? She pauses mid-step and looks back, tilting her head inquisitively.
6. His scroll saved your life. Maybe he foresaw the dangers and protected you from it, so you can leave there almost unharmed. But what was he trying to tell you? When he warned you about the collapse of your world as you know it?
Oh no, the winds are back. Did doing that affect the island? Let's see, the walk to the cleansing site is long. Only the sounds of dripping water and soft footsteps can be heard in the tunnel.
Mind your step, everyone. We are passing the wall of truth. The wall will come crashing down if false words are spoken. Silence is advised here, unless circumstances dictate otherwise.
The followers nod with respect. They have walked past the walls of silence, goodness, and wisdom, respectively, as part of the ritual. Only those who embody these virtues can find safe passage to the final cleansing.
888?
The custodian suddenly steps up in front of the leader, blocking his path.
Forgive me, but this seems to be the right moment for some long-neglected questions to be answered.
Oh no! As she speaks, a few others emerge from the crowd and surround Six. No! On the narrow pathway, there is no way to get around them.
Perhaps, but hardly appropriate or righteous.
We will talk of righteousness after you've shared what you know, Six. You've been silent for too long. 4 years have passed since you became Six, and for 4 years, you have been hiding things from us. The long-neglected questions have created a cloud of doubt between us, and now the boulder of fate is falling on us, and we are teetering on the brink of destruction. It's time to be honest and true to your people, while you still have them. We are the seekers of truth. It is unjust to keep us from it.
888 extends an arm, gesturing to the silent cavern wall that surrounds them.
Let the wall of truth bear witness. I want nothing but an answer from you. I am not here to provoke untimely conflicts.
The wall stands firm. The genuineness of her words is not to be doubted.
Answer her, Six. You should be glad that I am not the interrogator here, because the wall would have collapsed immediately.
The wall remains silent. Seemingly confirming the rhetorician's mocking words as truth. Maybe we keep him, like, quiet. Maybe we just have someone hold their hand over his mouth and...
You may lie, but the wall will fall. You may stay silent, then I will lie to break the silence and the wall. Or maybe you could outwit the wall with the liar's paradox. Only sadly, I have tested it for you. One cannot deceive it by stating, I'm lying. After all, it's a test of morality, not logic. It needs your honesty, not your wit or anything else.
It's a delicate situation, one that requires precision. The leader remains composed.
What do you wish to know?
What else? The most important question, of course.
What happened to you not being the interrogator? Because you'll make the wall fall over. 210 takes a step, his voice trembling, no longer as calm as he used to be. These questions have plagued his mind for too long.
Why has our research stagnated for the past 4 years? Why did we fail to predict the emanation in 1929 and again in this time? Have we misunderstood the premise? What if the emanation is not a manifestation of the transcendental law at all?
Six remains stoic, showing no signs of emotion.
Worshippers worship, thinkers think, governors govern, and researchers research. Your questions are not mine to answer, 210. A Six has no expertise on the study of the emanation. I'm not qualified to answer about its essence.
A truth is spoken, and the silent wall attests to its veracity.
Your question is too abstract, 210.
The custodian shakes her head and takes a step closer.
Don't dance around the subject, Six.
But that's what he's good at.
The wisdom has been passed on to you, as it has to every other Six. You have inherited not only knowledge and insight, but also the memories of your predecessors.
Okay.
You must know the answer, for it is part of your inheritance. Tell us this. The last leader of the study of the emanation, 77. What question did she bring to Apiron? And what answer did she receive?
There's no immediate response, confirming that she's hit the nail on the head.
I watched her walk into the cave and come out unharmed. I watched her, and the previous 6 boarded the ship in search of answers in the phenomenal world. The ship didn't come back in time. The emanation caught them. And that was only the beginning of our misfortunes. The model failed. Our whereabouts were revealed. Hysteria now poisons the minds of our people, and the empirical knowledge accumulated over the years suddenly no longer applies to the current situation. Why? What did she find out? Could it be that something's happened to the transcendental law above? Has the truth we believed in changed?
Barraged with so many questions, he lets out a chuckle. He smiles with relief, like a prisoner finally receiving his death sentence after years of waiting. I can read. It has the opposite effect on the crowd. They hold their breaths in suspense.
Hipparchus discovered the secrets of Route 2 and toppled Pythagoras' school of thought. The controversy surrounding Newton and infinitesimals presented a challenge to the groundwork of calculus. Russell's self-referential paradox sparked the third mathematical crisis. Though said theory was eventually perfected, the lessons on self-referentiality remained. In the end, Gödel's incompleteness theorems showed that proving or disproving everything is impossible. Therefore, absolute knowledge is unattainable.
His profound statements echo throughout the cave.
The boulder of fate will tumble down its peak, whether 37 is the one pushing it or not. However hard Oedipus tried to defy destiny, his path to tragedy remained unchanged.
You're talking in riddles again.
No, he's saying it's inevitable. No matter what, the storm's coming. We can postpone it, but it's gonna come. Let's see, she furrows her brow. However, Six gives her a small nod of respect.
I should thank you for bringing the question here, 888, so I may finally speak the truth. 77 did ask about the essence of the emanation.
He stands tall and looks around at the people. They're listening intently.
She asked, what happened to the supreme existence? What plunged the world into madness? The answer was disorder and chaos.
The Well of Truth still stands. The trial left behind by the ancient sages confirms his words. A deep, ominous rumble comes from the center of the island. The tremors are like the island is being shaken to its core, like a tsunami and a volcanic eruption combined.
You blasted!
210 is the first to come to the realization. He lunges and grabs Six by the collar.
You knew this all along, from the first day of your revelation, when you became Six. You knew that the emanation was not a manifestation of the transcendental law and patterns above, but rather a symptom of its utter disorder and chaos? And you knew that the transcendental realm of numbers was no more, and that the essence of Numa, the one true form we believed in, had become an ever-changing existence like the irrational numbers?
Rage threatens to consume him. The rhetorician glares at the leader, who has the audacity to confirm that their faith is shattered. He almost breaks into a bitter laugh.
4 years. You kept this to yourself for 4 years. Why? Was it for a false sense of peace? To keep the island stable? Did you deceive us to prevent the realization that our research would be in vain?
Six does not answer the added inquiries, for they are not within his duty.
It's time to halt the bickering. Get everyone out of here now.
The custodian steps in and separates them with a stern look. She then turns and begins to lead the panicked crowd to safety. Amidst the chaos, the leader lowers his eyes and reads the verses prepared for the ceremony.
Pray to the gods for what you are about to do, and pray that all goes well. Once familiar with this practice, you will understand the constitution of both eternal gods and mortal men.
What happened? Did they not carry out the cleansing ceremony?
you will know the extent of all things, the boundaries of their entirety, and what connects them together.
Whoa! What's going on? An earthquake?
No, this is...
Is it the storm?
The large-scale ritual on this island is undoing itself?
Oh no.
You will see, as you should, that the nature of the universe flows in all things alike.
Is this chapter gonna end in another cliffhanger? Wait, no, we haven't even had, like, the boss fight yet. So there's still more.
Is our circle gone?
The leader stands quiet and resolute like a rock by the sea, watching the fall of the heavenly transcendental, feeling the tides of change wash over everything.
Thus, you will not hope for what is beyond your reach, and you will not be deceived.
Let's see, he rolls up the scroll and ends his reading. Oh, hello, welcome to the stream, thanks for the follow.
Pray, my friends. Pray for yourselves, and pray for everyone. Pray for all the suffering and misery around you. Reach into the unseeable darkness and pray to the unknowable supreme. Speak your hopes, for you are a finite creature yearning to transcend its own existence. The determination that once helped us overcome our insignificance and touch the light of Numa should guide us once more.
In the darkness, he lights up a torch.
Where are you going?
To the cave. The trial is not over. The final cleansing is yet to come. There are still duties to fulfill.
Okay. He trudges forward. With his back to the fearful crowd, he sets off again, onto the lonely road into the long night. Okay, so... he is going to try and fix things? Question mark.
Here's a well-known question you must have heard. What goes on 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening? It's so well known that no one finds it novel anymore.
And yet everyone still uses that riddle.
But please, do me a favor and answer me yourself.
Let's talk about the questioner instead. No, we'll answer.
Correct. This is the same answer Oedipus gave to defeat Sphinx, thus becoming a hero, but also starting him on his ill-fated destiny. Raise a question, give an answer. This is the most fundamental ritual. Through this, we get nearer to God.
Ritual?
Yes, a ritual. Whether it is by pouring out wine, slaughtering a calf, or circling round a fire with a baby in your arms. It is an agreement, a question that demands an answer. Every desire has a price, whether it is paid in wine, blood, or fire. But sometimes that sacrifice is taken from you without it ever being noticed. And the treasure you seek might be the undoing of your own desires.
Okay.
Let us take a look at another question. Stranger, what's your name? Cried Polyphemus. Nobody, Odysseus answered. And it allowed him to flee the Cyclops cave, safe and sound.
Because then the Cyclops says, nobody's attacking me! Help! Nobody's attacking me!
A human being and nobody. 2 answers that could not be more alike, yet both were bound to fate by their answer. All right, dear, time to call it a day. As for you, you'll get the answers you seek. You've already paid the price.
Okay. No. No, there's another one. Let's see. Clear handwritten notes. The neat and forceful writing style reveals the writer's strong character. Water and then I will read. Okay, the assistant's record. Walking on the beach with Marta. She's almost done with her tour of the island. Collecting material for her travel log? I accompany her, also to remind her to avoid the important areas we don't want to be exposed in the outside world. She is hoping for even more reading recommendations. Fine, I'll consult 210 and Sophia. There are too many outsiders here. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it makes management more difficult. The leader's strategy isn't the best at the moment. We must make clear decisions. We need to show some self-determination. By repeatedly emphasizing our united will, faith will also be strengthened. Relying on anyone won't work, nor can we put all our hopes in one child and then sit back in satisfaction. It's impossible for the island to remain peaceful all the time. When it's necessary, it always falls to me to do something. She should have noticed the error, or, well, I don't know. I don't believe that a person like 77 would not check the course again and calculate the angles. Even if she is too tired, 37 is still on the island. Why didn't Hugh take his notebook with him? I saw it at Sophia's place. She left in such a hurry that even her reason for leaving seemed like an excuse. Could communicating with the Supreme Being really destroy a person's mind? This is also strange. The guy talks a lot. Fortunately, he's also pretty useful. And surprisingly, he thinks the same way as me. I thought he was the one who agreed most with I can read. I promise I can read. I thought he was the one who agreed most with the others. In fact, his speculations are closer to my own. If I become an assistant, I might be able to learn more. This position has been vacant for too long. A shield without a sword is ultimately unreliable. Now is the time. No matter what I say, I will apply. 210 also believes that 77 has the answer. What will the answer bring? Smudge marks. I need to get to the bottom of this. Okay. I'm surprised we haven't gotten the reward yet. I guess we're close. Okay, we go. Oh no, a party of beans. Not beans! One, abstain from beans. 2, do not pick up what has fallen. I couldn't read that. It's just their rules.
Where am I?
After a long period of darkness, clarity begins to dawn. Ahead lies a completely unfamiliar scene. Oh no, has she been... Not again. Is she gonna have like another vision where she tries to kill someone because she thinks it's an enemy? Oh no.
Did the earthquake do this? I was in the cave with 37. Is the timer broken?
Okay, she's definitely in some sort of dream.
Hey, Vertin! Here you are!
A familiar shout is heard in the distance.
Yeah. Come! People are waiting. The feast is going to start.
Not another feast. Don't tell me we're eating money again.
Feast?
Yes! Today's the big day! We're celebrating because we kicked Manus Vindicte off the island, found the key to storm immunity, and saved the Numbers people from great disaster.
I don't believe anything.
What?
This is all a dream. But Regulus has already taken off.
Come on, Vertin! You'll miss out on the delicious honey-roasted rabbit.
Okay. She jumps forward excitedly, but something cracks loudly when she lands.
Wait, Regulus, you just kicked over something.
What? What is it? Something for the cattle? Whoever left this here nearly tripped this great captain.
Don't pick it up.
Forget it. Come, Vertin. What are you still doing there?
Do not poke the fire with swords. Do not jump over a crossbar. She jumped over the crossbar. The square is alive with joy and activity. The usual silence and seriousness have been replaced by a symphony of giggles and cheers. The aroma of roast rabbit is thick in the air. Barrels of wine are being rolled around, and people are gathered drinking and chatting merrily.
Ah, nice wine. Did you make it yourself?
Careful, Miss Lilia. Too much wine can corrupt one's body and will. Besides, you are already halfway through our stock for the year.
But this drink you brought is pleasant to the nose. Coffee, you said. I have heard many things about it.
It's beans. Don't do it, dude. It's beans. You hate beans.
Oh. Bitter.
He consumed the beans.
Poor guy. I was expecting more from a man of your size.
He is now a filthy bean drinker. Let's see, she goes to a barrel to fill her cup.
For God's sake, Regulus, keep an eye on your first mate here. Wow, he's so out of it right now.
It appears that this apple's abstinence from the bottle will have to begin anew.
Oh no.
Vertin, finally! I was looking for you.
37 waves from a distance. Sophia at her side, arm in arm.
Hello, everyone. We have a big announcement to make. Sophia's just completed her proof and found her number.
Okay. Wings flap from above. Okay. Swallows are around the house.
Don't worry about the swallows. They're going to fetch 6 for us. He's napping in the Hall of Aperon. An excuse to not join the party.
Not so fast with the announcement, 37. People will find out sooner or later. Thank you for helping us, Vertin. We wouldn't have made it without you. And I look forward to our continued collaboration with the Foundation.
No. None of this makes any sense.
It's so wrong.
Oh, enough business. People are having a party here.
The pirate comes over with a platter of rabbits, smiling as if England had just won the World Cup.
Well, what do you say to this lovely captain who just picked up some food for you?
They clumsily collide, knocking over the tray in Regulus's hands.
My apologies, Regulus. I was too focused on linear regression formulas.
That's all right. Wasn't me getting stuck in the kitchen roasting rabbits all day anyway. Unlimited supply of honeyed rabbits all day today.
Regulus picks up the dirty clay plate and puts to the side. Don't pick up fallen items.
I heard Sophia is making her announcement today. I'm curious which number she will be.
Care to wager on that? I'd say she's a multiple of 3.
Then I'd say she is a multiple of 139.
I have to admit, she has a good number. A number 100 times better than me. 6 and 210 put together.
And she just gave us the answer.
Calculating. 37 plus 6 plus 210 times 100 equals 2.
Oh no. She is not 25,300. I doubt anyone could live with themselves with a number that long.
Uh-oh. A rooster crows loudly in the festive atmosphere.
You haven't met before. This is a moo, my white rooster.
No. She kneels down and gently strokes its feathers.
This is Vertin.
A white rooster.
Cheers and shouts fill the air as people revel in something. Foundation employee picks up an ID from the ground. And the Peyron believers splits a log in half on the road. Tables are filled with chickpea salad, neatly sliced bread. White people use their swords to poke fires and keep them... Or wow, people use their swords to poke fires and keep them burning. The flames burn fiercely, casting no shadows on the ground.
Something's not right. None of this is right. Something's happened on the island. I must still be in the cave.
A turning anxiety fills the chest. The once joyful scene now takes a surreal quality.
I have to get out of here.
Okay. We're fighting the Black Bean King. Okay.
Your request has been heard.
He's perfect.
Critters eating beans and a white rooster. These are supposed to be taboos on the island. Is this an illusion brought on by the fog? Or a new trial? No. Something's not right. The flow of arcane skills on the island has changed. I need to get rid of them first.
The king is perfect. Bask in his glory. He's great.
I can hear it. It is here.
The bones will tell.
Wait, is this the boss? I just realized we have everyone.
I can hear it. It is here.
The music, the bones will tell. Stay away from me.
Okay. I'm going to do...
That's your idea.
The music will
We'll do
speak.
that.
Break it. Break it. How welcoming.
This way, if these things hit us, they will defeat themselves. Hopefully.
It is here.
The bones will tell.
Sterilize. My surroundings changed. Is all this still an illusion?
Yeah.
It's time to say goodbye. Don't miss me.
Looks like the way we came, but it's a little different.
Oh.
These signs, are they trying to take me somewhere? The way out, perhaps?
Okay, everything has shifted. An ethereal scorn permeates the air. There's no option but to continue on. Guess we just click. It's not giving us anything.
Bertin, where are you going? I made some coffee for those clever eggheads, enough to mend their broken souls after turning their backs on it for half their lives. Fancy a cuppa as well? Here you go.
Regulus, it's a violation of their scripture. You mustn't consume any beans or bean-based products.
Yeah, the great sacred scripture again. Hey, think you can just walk away from a pirate without breaking any rules? Let's see you try. Ha! Now you must have the beans. Or you can pick them all up.
According to their rules, I'm not to eat things off the ground, or pick them up for that matter. Though, this mountain of beans isn't going away by itself. Fortunately, it doesn't appear to be too stable.
I'm clicking. Let's see, a single vibration might topple this mountain of beans. Perhaps try dragging... Oh. I'm shaking as violently as I can. Woo!
An illusion of a coffee bean mountain like this is
the voices in our heads
cliché
return.
as a pirate with a hook for a hand. Something like this could never hold up to skepticism. Mankind is slow in learning new ideas. They need new information to be explained in simple terms, using examples and analogies, or reduced to its most basic symbols and generalizations. Eventually, once they've gotten used to the formulas and outlines, they may just see below the surface and find the deeper essence waiting there. What about you? What do you think is your essence? Are you any more significant than a pile of coffee beans?
My past or my thought? Okay. What is Verton's essence? I think therefore I am. I don't know.
Ah, the mind, the soul. But do they really exist? A thirsty animal thinks of water and seeks out a clear spring. Hunger pangs tell the cheetah to seek its prey. The fear of isolation tells the flamingo to seek the safety of her flock. Every action we have ever taken was prompted by a natural impulse. Sparks of electric current that can be tracked, observed, predicted. Perhaps our thoughts, desires, and our minds are only the sum of these minute reactions of cause and effect. Perhaps none of us truly exist, darling.
Let's see, the words on the wall are aiming to confuse you. I ignore them and follow the notes.
Verton, where are you going?
Down the stairs.
We're still in a meeting. You'll have to leave from the left.
But I came in from the left. Why would I leave the same way I came in?
Oh no! You've made a mistake. Now you must stay behind bars until you prove the four-color theorem. Be careful not to make another mistake, or you'll be thrown into the Gorgon current and confined there forever. You look worried. Don't be. We're friends. I will defend you in court. I will try my best to reduce your sentence to trisecting angles with an unmarked straight edge and a compass.
Okay.
I have to leave, but not from the right. There must be a way to reverse left and right.
Okay.
So then left or right can be reversed as easily as changing your frame of reference. How can we hold people responsible for their actions when we use such malleable definitions? We lead our lives according to these strict rules. Rules that are always changing definitions. It's too much for this old brain of mine.
Okay.
Why not simplify our definitions? To learn about the world like we were kids once more. Let's begin with math.
Oh no.
Could it be as mutable as left and right?
No, math is pain.
Could there be a hidden integer between 3 and 4? Is 1 always 1? Or is it just our frame of reference?
Truth?
But where is it then, this everlasting truth? Have you ever seen it? Have you basked in its radiance before? Maybe the shadows on the cave wall are our true reality. Maybe the sun is just another prop in our shadow theater. What if the people who chose to stay in the cave were the ones who were truly wise? Be careful what you hold to be true, darling.
Okay. We have found the triangles now.
Timekeeper, are you leaving the banquet?
We are attempting.
Perhaps we might go somewhere quiet. I wanted to speak with you about linear regression.
Terribly sorry, Sonato. I really must be leaving.
Wait! Perhaps a more impromptu debate? I have some fresh ideas about our past discussions. Could I trouble you to help me refine them? The storm is gone. We have time to enjoy life again. You don't have to keep checking your watch or your task list anymore.
But time still is against us, and I haven't any left to spare. Not even to explain myself to Sonato. I hate to be rude, but I need a moment of peace. If only I could turn everything silent.
Well, where's the mute button? Headphone users beware. Including me, because that kind of hurt. Meh.
I said, if you are going to stick to your plan, then you must value your time wisely. Don't get caught up in idle conversation. Be firm in your determination, but careful not to go too far. Otherwise, your silence may be taken as a slight. And should they retaliate, what then? That's no peace, but a silent war. And peace will not return until one side concedes, even if they are blameless. Doesn't that seem unfair?
Let's see. We could just be silent. Let's see. But I mean, each of the answers seem to relate to things that have happened in the story, so... Silence is golden. Duct tape is silver.
Well, you've already mastered your most powerful weapon. I did warn you I'd retaliate in the same manner. Now we are square.
Oh, now they're rectangles. Oh, it's apple. It's like, what am I looking at? I think it's supposed to be apple. No?
You're still here, Vertin.
Oh, it's Sophia. I just saw the red pixel and thought maybe it was
thought you
apple
had
on like a
disappeared
stand.
I was hoping I might talk to you about my number.
So sorry, but I really do have to leave now.
Please. I think you may be the only one that can help. It won't take you long.
Five? Or wait, no, it's 6? Wait, no. Yes? 6? 6. I am typing. There it goes. Oh, hello, how you doing? Welcome to the pain that is math. Yeah? There it goes.
6. A perfect number. But it isn't my number.
But isn't that what it's saying?
Let's try again. Reset the calculation for me. Back to 0. Put an asterisk and 0 and we can continue.
But that's 3 and then... It was... 0? And now I will pull up my calculator because I don't math. I'm sure it's probably something really painfully stupid. Okay, 37. Come on, I'm hitting confirm like
No.
3 times.
That can't be my number either. It's far too brilliant for me. Please reset the calculation back to 0.
I'm trying. Game. I'm trying. Game. Let me type. Type? There it goes. Okay. Okay, we're just going through all the character numbers. Let me type.
210. I know 37 isn't a fan. Still, I would be honored to have an integer like that as my number. Let's try it one more time. I have a feeling that together we can find the right number for me.
Okay. I'm trying. Is she a 0 too?
Who am I? And it can't be as simple as your name. A name, after all, is only worth what meaning we give it. Bewildered by their own existence, man turns to the ultimate truth for answers. But soon enough, they come to see the truth is also beyond their ability to comprehend. That is when the fear catches up with them. So they put aside their search for truth and look for something more straightforward. A simple answer, enough to satisfy a frightened child, caught between a comforting lie and something more frightening than the truth. That might be no truth at all. And if that is so, how can we know who we are really?
We just are.
Very good. Perhaps the truth lies hidden in the question. Hold tight to that answer, darling. A bit of elderly advice. There is no greater treasure. One day you might be amused by this idea, when you see yourself from someone else's eyes.
Okay. Oh, now we're getting all the shapes. Is this weird little puzzle section done? We're running from the words. The trial is nearing its end. The world under the light lies ahead. The statement is false. Oh no.
First is the circle, second is the square.
"37? Is that you?"
We shouldn't be on the beach right now, unless this is a dream. The little girl does not seem to be listening. She's completely absorbed in building her castle.
Put the triangle on the triangle, and the rectangle on the rectangle. Perfect! As things should be.
The emanation? Disorder
Oh,
and
same here.
chaos.
Same here. I would be screwed. I failed. Well, I almost failed. I just barely passed all my math classes. I like passed by like one singular point. It's fine.
This can't be. This isn't right. How ugly. How inelegant. How could this be the revelation from the patterns of the transcendental law above? How could such a terrible answer fall on my ears? I can't tell the others about this. There must be a mistake. I need proof. I have to go out there.
So that's why 6 was asking, like, what if everything you hoped and dreamed for was shattered around you? Because that's what happened to her mom.
Vertin, my child. Are you here to partake in sand play as well? No matter how oft we arrange them, the sight of them never grows stale. Alas, I shall destroy it.
Are we drowning? No, we aren't awake. Please wake us up. Consciousness is snapped back to reality. The surroundings have reverted to the rocky walls, still enclosed within the cave. 37 stands with her head tilted, looking curious.
I think I had a terrible dream.
Oh, we did too. There was math involved.
What did you dream?
Regulus claimed Six's throne and declared this the rock and roll empire of irrational numbers. She took out a jar of coffee beans and stuffed one into my mouth.
Yes, I have questions. I'm sure it will be revealed in time, because I mean, we're basically only a year into it, kind of. This is the year anniversary, but the anniversary is technically next month. So I doubt they will reveal everything immediately. Eventually, they will give us lore. Let's see, 37 shakes her head hard, as if trying to rid her mind of the horrific scene.
I'm relieved that I woke up in time, and you as well. Let's go, Vertin. We need to tell everyone the numbers.
Let's see, she chirps, her face lighting up with delight, finally free from something because it scrolled too fast. A beam of daylight appears before them. The lengthy trial has finally come to an end. Are we safe?
Do you hear that? So many people out there. Must be Sophia here to pick me up. I told her she can wait for me outside. Sophia!
The girl runs happily towards the light, like a young swallow swooping out of sight. Not a swallow! Yeah. It's called a slow burn. They will drip feed us things, they will hint at things. That's what fairies are made of. Let's see, gotta catch up. Gotta leave this place at once. Must share the findings here with the others. Finally, the light of day comes into view. How drippy is everything? Oh, not drippy at all. It's on fire. A gust of wind suddenly rushes by, sending pebbles scattering across the ground. The all too familiar stench of sulfur fills the air. It's unmistakably the smoke of war.
What?
Okay. Answers. What happened? We got a tune. Yay, we have music. Let's see, a verse from an unknown source recorded on a scroll. Okay, bang. In the distance, something falls. The cup drains the wine. Tired eyes dry out the sun. Everyone clings to the remaining days. The body speaks to its guests. Who builds also uses the same hand to destroy, to peel open the rock walls. The scar is a perfect circle, a death tied with a knot, thus the end. Only it remains, the wilderness, everything extraneous swarming in. Just like that, they talk about the bottom sky. Okay. No, there's another one, I think. No? No, there isn't. Never mind. I thought there was another trail. Okay. Things have apparently escalated greatly.
Mom, when will they give us the order to attack?
Yeah. Because that's why everyone... That's why Vertin and 37 were unconscious. They took like a bomb to the face or something.
What's taking so long? The island is just across the bay. We have men, weapons, supplies, everything. Just give us order and we will take to shore. Check out these bad boys. Anti-Arcanum weapons courtesy of the American from that Walden place. That creep just doesn't sit right with me. He's got that Arcanus stink about him. But his technology's solid and we needed it. We've got to get ahead of the Serbs and the Greeks.
This army has been stationed here for a long time, perhaps too long. The soldiers, stranded and demoralized by their failed landing, face days of uncertainty without orders while politicians bicker. They are left to heat their food meal by meal, watching their chances slip away.
Relax, Georgie. Leave the decisions to the big shots. I'm sure they'll just hug out the differences in the meeting room or something.
Like, it's like, oh, we're with different characters now. I don't know what's going on with the island, but okay, we'll just roll with it. Then there's like that one chapter where you see Vertin, and it's like, oh, 37's in the coma, by the way. Now back to Vienna. Whatever works, I guess, but at least we're finally back here with answers, hopefully. Kind of. Not really, but we're getting close, maybe.
Besides, you saw the monsters on that island. Can't speak for everyone here, but I don't want to die.
Screw the negotiations! Screw the committee! Like it or not, we were the first ones to find the island, not the Austrians or the Germans.
He grumbles and picks the monocular... Monocular? I have never heard a telescope called that before, but okay. But I'm pretty sure they're trying to say, like, the telescope. Let's see. Straining to catch another glimpse of the island across the waters. The sea is tranquil, as it often is this time of year. The water sparkles under the golden sun, stretching to the horizon without an island in sight.
Damn, those Arcanists have gone into hiding again. I swear I could see it from here yesterday.
Oh, there it is! He blinks, unsure if his eyes are tricking him.
Are those bird-like creatures? Leaving in droves?
Yep, they come to spread their melting faces to the masses. Let's see, his words barely catch anyone's attention. A new poker game is underway to the supply on the supply crate. Yeah. It's like, it took me a bit. It's like, wait, are they trying to say like it's a binocular? Like a pair of binoculars, just one, since it says mono? So I assume it's something like a telescope. Let's see, a radio, a couple of beers, and a game of poker. A rare moment of enjoyment. Who could ask for more?
Georgie, brother, leave them be! Come, play with us!
Ignore the melting birds that are flying towards us.
George?
The soldier does not seem to hear his name. He grips the monocular tightly, his mouth contorting as he mutters.
What an opportunity this is. It's too good to pass up. We've got to act now.
Uh-oh. A drop of vibrant paint slides down his cheek and lands on the ground with a splatter.
We will claim what is ours. This island belongs to us. It's in our territory and we were the first to find it. Why shouldn't it be ours?
And he's gone. The card players pause, gawking at the paint sliding down each other's faces, unaware that their own faces are melting as well. In the silence, the only sound that fills the air is the static of the radio.
The Austro-Hungarian Empire has officially declared war on Serbia. Russia is mobilizing in support of Serbia. Germany demands Russia to stop mobilizing at once. Germany is mobilizing. France is mobilizing.
Oh no. Oh, it's her again. Okay. We're back with these guys now. The street is turned into a canvas of mesmerizing hues. The colorful paints swirl and burst, creating a spiral after another. It's almost like the stage set of a twisted carnival.
Father! Mother! Albert! Ilsa!
I think it's a little late for that, Kakanya. Oh no.
Open the door! It's important! You have to listen to me!
It's too late. They're probably just paintings now. She pounds on the door, but it's as soon as she makes contact, the door something. I tripped over the words and couldn't read that. It's fine. She trips through the door, but quickly recoils at the horror inside. Their paint. The art and specimens, once delicate and exquisite, now resemble a jumble of spilled paint.
No. This can't be.
This is what the storm do. It is here.
Albert?
He is gone. Still with a glimmer of hope, she carefully calls out to her brother.
Clara, it's odd to see you so flustered. What's the matter?
Oh. The familiar voice brings immense relief to her heart,
I'm
but...
headed to the business school. We'll talk when I get back.
But... Albert picks up the hat and adjusts the brim. The pin on the hat, Vingler's shop shimmers in the dim light. Thank goodness, he seems to be fine. I bet he's not. He's still the reliable brother she remembers, the family's pride, in his sharp three-piece suit. But there's paint dripping. You can clearly see the paint dripping. Yeah, look at his hands.
Business school? But didn't you swear to never go back? Ever since your human classmate shot your arm in a duel. Wait, what happened to your arm?
He turns around and Kakanya can finally see. Half of his suit is covered in colors, paint trailing down his face and pooling at his feet. An arm of flowing colors is attached to his body, like a mismatched puzzle piece.
Oh, Ethan. Yes, he wounded me. He had to prove his standing to the Brotherhood. There was no other way. But that's in the past. He gave me his arm, so now we're even.
Heh! He raises his left hand to show her the blade. Streaks of blood are still on it. He casually tosses it aside, letting it clatter into the darkness and disappear into the swirl of colors. Albert grabs his walking stick, his new arm dangling lifelessly at his side.
I have to go. I have to find Johnson, Raymond, and Herbert. That little rascal pushed Ilsa into the fountain. We have a score to settle.
Oh no.
Take care, Clara.
Oh no. I guess they did say that these, the storm side effects,
Don't go!
was just go to war with everything and anything. She runs to stop the carriage, but it is unaffected by her efforts, like everything. A set of footsteps approach from behind. I really wish the game wouldn't auto-scroll the text sometimes, because it goes too fast.
The storm syndrome is spreading, Doctor. Stay any longer, you'll be infected too. Please, leave with me.
The trembling ground interrupts her. A mob with distorted faces swarm through the streets, chanting slogans and singing in their own tongues. White pro-war pamphlets litter the ground like snowflakes being absorbed in a mire of effervescent paints. The city is bursting with unrelenting energy, like a I can talk, I can read. Like a speeding chariot or a twirling powder keg.
The sign bell in the parade. Is that Aurora? I just met her at the coffee house last week. We were talking about her wedding.
Watch out, Doctor!
A sign crashes to the ground beside them. Rage-filled citizens are tearing the streets apart. Even handfuls of roadside benches are... even the handles of roadside benches are yanked off and made a weapon. The fervent protest consumes all who comes across it, forcing them to participate with no option to decline.
This is bad. They have lost their minds. This way, Doctor. We have to get out of here.
Thought by now they'd already be gone.
It's an honor to meet you.
Okay, goopy guys. It is time to be poked.
It is here. I can hear it.
The bones will tell.
Oh, these lands!
Pardon me.
Hello,
welcoming.
No matter.
Let's see.
It is here.
The music will speak.
Break it, break it.
Okay, get you. Okay, so far so good.
Confrontation was
That
never to my liking.
and that,
The bones will tell.
and probably just debuff again.
The Bagua drown on the sign brick never warns about its changes.
They're all pretty interesting. I'm just here for the lore. I wouldn't say I necessarily have a favorite. I like the event for like the half anniversary with like all the Chinese stuff. That was cool. And the like Australian Olympics thing was cool too. But I guess that's not really main story chapters. And even though I absolutely despise math, I do like the setting for the like island, the math island. It's very pretty. It's very nice to look at. All the characters are pretty.
This way, Doctor. We have to go back to your clinic. The Special Operations Squad will meet us there.
Let's see, the young investigator holds the doctor's hands, determined to do her duty. But the doctor halts her steps and drops her head, looking dejected.
Marcus, you once said that there was another way to make things right. And then you did your part, as I did mine. But now, after all that's happened, please tell me, what's the point of us trying? Will we save them in time? Is there any chance that we can turn things around?
Oh, it's too late for them. If they're goopy, they're gone. we just save ourselves and hope that we can fix the timeline later on. Let's see, she struggles to hold back a sob. The roaring crowd fades into the distance, and the ring road of yesterday is now but a distant memory, never to be relived.
The ritual you acquired, the one you said could save everyone. Is it working now?
Oh, no. It's a curse. It's fine. Because underleveled people cast it. We'll figure it out.
Let me in.
And yeah, we're back here now. Okay. The flora of Laplace's corridor has lost its clean, silvery sheen. Dawkins and his slobbering muds certainly played a major role in the destruction. The guards used every cleaning orb in their inventory to restore even a hint of its original glory. They're really worrying about cleaning the floor at a time like this. I feel like there should be bigger priorities to focus on. A pair of angry feet stomp across the floor, ignoring their colleagues' attempts to stop them. Enigma adds more muddy footprints without hesitation.
I have just one question. Why hasn't the project stopped yet?
His outcry elicits a reaction. The door to the director's office flings open and an angry figure storms out.
Adler Hoffman, you have been removed from the team. You're not authorized to be here.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, that one was fun. I say fun, but there was a lot of dark parts to that one too. Again, it was very pretty, and it did give me a soul. And the soul is like becoming one of my favorite units. She just burns everything, and it's fine. It's nice. It gets me through a lot of enemies.
You have violated
the LSCC safety management regulations? I brought them with me. You're welcome.
He throws the hefty manual right onto the former leader's face.
If you cared about the regulations as much as you claim, you'd know that none of what's happening aligns with its guidelines. Even the head of Laplace has no authority to continue the experiment under these circumstances.
Before he can continue, his ex-leader sharply cuts him off.
Get out of my face, Adler. I don't have time for this. We're in a state of war. Every participant has signed an informed consent form. If you are not part of this project, please leave immediately.
This is true. We did see the consent form earlier.
We only have 18 hours until the storm. This is it. The first time we've made such a breakthrough in all 9 storms. Your sister gave up her life to take us this far. I hope you don't need me to remind you that.
Rude. That's a little harsh. Adler Hoffman is abruptly silent. A fiery rage ignites in his hazel eyes. A deafening void engulfs the space as Ulrich realizes his verbal blunder. Yeah, you did a dumb.
Yes, she made the ultimate sacrifice, hoping that it would lead to a breakthrough. But instead, death continues to rise. How can you let this go on?
He charges ahead, shoving Ulrich aside with his elbow. Ulrich's head slams against the wall, ferrofluid shifting erratically inside.
I demand to know why the experiment is still going!
Because Lucy said so, and I think Lucy may or may not be evil. We don't know yet. He starts working on the padlock on the door, and nothing's going to stop him from breaking through today. The alarm goes off. Ulrich struggles to his feet against the wall, hand up to his head. Yes, very much deserved. He did the dumb. Is like, I know tensions are high. Yes, it's a war situation. A lot of people are currently dying because someone got a little too happy about throwing in an untested incantation across their messaging services. But you don't need to go that far.
Don't we have enough crazies around here? Madame Lucy has important things to do. She has no time for you. Go cry to your therapist, human.
And now we're gonna bring up all of this.
Important? What could be possibly more important than this right now? What happened to the humanitarian ideals of the Foundation? Are we now under the tyranny of machines?
A little bit, I think so.
What's this important thing she's got to do? Reading the paper? Sipping on oil and charging up in a 230-volt bath?
Well, she might be recharging. Well, no, because the charging station is outside the office. She already said that. Let's see. He cracks the code, pushing Ulrich's arms aside. Enigma forces his way into the room. Okay, supercomputer lady, what are you doing? The room is completely dark. Are we gonna see what happens with that fancy chair from earlier? A piston spins at his feet.
Is that you, Adler? Welcome.
Has she gone full GLaDOS? Oh, they're just gonna cut here, aren't they? They are.
Oh, look at this mirror, dear. There's a sizable stain on it.
Well, briefly, it looked more broken than stained.
Yes, it is. Maybe its owner meant to break it so that the stain would be thoroughly removed.
That's not how cleaning stains work.
Now the stain is gone, and the owner has a collection of little mirrors. She must have accidentally left this one behind.
I don't know. I didn't get to see the stream, unfortunately, but maybe. I mean, she has the piston, like, on that lanyard around her neck, so maybe that's what she started out as? Let's see, whose mirror is this?
A lady with great ambitions and an unconscious charm. A lady who wishes to make the rest of the world accept who she is, and has suggested that many others join her way of thinking.
Okay.
Her brother, on the contrary, hopes to be taken in, In his attempt to act like everyone else, he lost an arm in a duel.
I see.
If you ask me, dear, I'd say they're very alike. Equally lonely. The brother and sister are a mirror image of each other. She's often repulsed by the sight of him, unable to reconcile herself with all that he reminds her of. Now the brother has found his missing arm, along with his long-lost dignity. The surgery that the sister had been hoping would be done on this world has finally started. But all of a sudden, she's terrified of the incisions.
See, it's all fun and games saying, yeah, let's do this. Let's get all of this going. She was like going after what, revolution or whatever. Then the revolution starts and you realize all the violence that actually goes into one.
As I said, despite their differences in approach, the brother and sister are mirror images of one another. But now the mirror is broken. I hope she can make it through the 7 years of bad luck. Poor thing. There's no way around it.
I see. So she went from like an automaton to just like a straight up robot. Like sci-fi robot. Are we going to see what the fancy chair is? I feel like this might show us the fancy chair and what it can do. The piston rotates on the floor like a toy top.
I am not in a suitable form to receive a guest.
Yep, she is the piston.
Simone, can you put me back in my body?
Her assistant rushes over and puts her into her robot body.
I feel much better. Thank you.
Oh, right. She has like a removable face. I forgot about that.
Oh, you have even put on a face for me. How sweet of you. I have noticed your icy gaze, Researcher Adler. You are yearning to correct the logic of this place. Well, I only said that to Simone out of courtesy. In reality, whichever body I am put into makes no difference to me.
Her ill-timed explanation annoys him even more.
The experiment, ma'am. Why hasn't it stopped? Are you going to pretend that nothing's happened? That no one died?
Basically, yeah, she doesn't care.
Could it be that you and Ulrich, the awakened, being the tin cans you are, have no regard for actual lives?
She's already sort of established that fact in previous chapters. She really doesn't care.
Adler Hoffman, I will not warn you again.
Maybe like the robot needs to go like a maintenance or like a system reboot or something, and she can't be inside of it when that happens. I would assume. I mean, they put on the face, so maybe when the body gets like altered in some way, she has to be removed for her own sanity, so she doesn't like feel it or something. Let's see, Ulrich storms back into the room with 2 guards, ready to throw him out at any moment.
Relax, Adler. You are led by a biased opinion because you lack critical information. A common defect in all cognitive processes. I believe you will shift to a more rational perspective once you receive sufficient information on the subject.
See, if you had given him the information on the subject, instead of just saying, oh, you're fired, maybe he would have come in here a little calmer.
A more rational perspective?
The human, known for his logical thinking, responds with an overwhelming amount of feeling.
We are humans, not machines. We are not expendable parts. I have plenty of reasons to question your decisions. Your excessive insistence on this experiment could be a sign of uncontrollable behavior, a trait commonly seen in arcanists.
And we're bringing up this again. Well, I mean, think about all of the other, like, awakened characters we've seen. It's like, we got a sentient apple, we have a piece of a broken mirror named Door. We have like a little toy UFO. We've seen a talking hat before. So I think in this world, everything goes, everything is fine. That, and I'm pretty sure her assistant is also a robot, so... Robot following the advice of a piston that controls another robot probably isn't too out there when you really stop and think about it.
The experiment has been cancelled everywhere. Except for this very room.
Okay. Well, no, remember the hat was a pretty important guy, I thought, from the Australian Olympics thing, because like the big guy over there was the hat. He was like in charge of the foundation over there, if I remember right. So awakened can be in places of power.
What?
The robot flashes a smile as if anticipating the man to be pleased with her response.
As you and researcher Medicine Pocket have said, the ritual is beyond the limits of almost everyone here. The side effects will kill them before the ritual can even take effect.
Okay, I will take your word for it. So to be completely honest, I mentioned it at the beginning of the stream, I got busy with life and I haven't actually logged into Reverse since the last event. So I have missed like everything leading up to this event. I haven't seen any of the trailers. I'm going into this like completely blind. I almost missed the event until like a week or so ago. I saw like them post on Twitter is like, oh, the next event happens on the 19th. It's like, oh, I forgot one of my gotchas. Oh no. I'll get to it eventually. I have to finish things. Well, with how they do things, it will probably show up again eventually.
The first wave was inevitable. Dora had pressed send before she disintegrated.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
Managed to halt the subsequent transmissions.
Like at some point, I will probably go and watch the character trailers. It's just, I have been busy this past month. I finally finished the project that I've been working on this past month, so now I can, like, relax a bit. And I can get back to this gacha. That's why I also missed, like, the live stream and stuff. I just spaced it. I was too busy and I just haven't had a chance to sit down and watch it. But the big project I have been working on all month is finally done. So I have, like, some wiggle room. I can breathe again. I don't have to have intense focus constantly with all of my projects. We're good.
We kept only a few Arcanists on the team, and each has signed the consent form.
Mutual consent, that bloody form again.
Forgive me, ma'am, but I have to use your argument against you. You too are guided by a biased opinion, an overly optimistic one, because you have failed to properly assess the risks involved. We have suffered enough misfortunes just by uttering a few syllables of the incantation. We've talked about the limit of things before. You should know better and ask the rest of the team to quit the experiment. Your insistence will only bring calamity upon calamity on our people for nothing.
Let's see, the researcher fights to stay calm, reiterating his views as he already shouted in the hallway. Ulrich begins his retort, but the director simply nods in agreement. Oh, hey, thanks for the raid, how you doing? Welcome to the stream.
You might be right. But how is being right going to help us?
I see. Riku Uwu? I see. Well, welcome. Welcome to story and lore. And we're confronting a robot currently. Let's see, she grins, trying for a warm, gentle smile, but it comes across as anything but. Doing pretty good. We've just been doing the new event in reverse. So... Let's see, Enigma, this... I can read. I still struggle to read sometimes, but it's fine. Let's see. Enigma despised that face. Every time she tried to show a hint of humanity, it only served to highlight how different she was from everyone else.
You spoke of the limit, and I am surprised that it is you who brought it up.
Let's see. Enigma pauses for a second, not sure if she's being sarcastic.
The physical
Water.
appearance of humans has remained relatively unchanged since the Neolithic era, but their thoughts and civilization continued to evolve and underwent significant transformations. The achievements that humanity enjoys today were not given to the species by any one person with godlike powers, but were the result of the collective efforts of all human beings.
How about you? How you doing?
Limits and boundaries must be pushed, or there would never have been room for development. There is no reason to believe that the limit cannot be challenged, especially when we already have the tools to do so. We must make progress happen.
Grandiose lies.
Lies?
Oh crap, he forgot about her excellent hearing.
We have no choice but to go beyond that limit.
It's easy for you to say since you are a robot.
If we do not break away from the storm, there is no future for us, let alone progress. We need to first determine all the side effects as a priority. This important step will help us compile data and eliminate the effects so our colleagues can use the ritual safely.
And who will try it this time, Madam Lucy? You're not going to test the side effects as the cost of lives, are you?
Probably. It hasn't stopped her before.
No. Thanks to Ulrich, we stumbled upon a breakthrough.
Huh?
You are right. It is time to send the other Arcanists home. Only the awakened are needed here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I only have about 30 minutes left in my stream too, so...
The awakened.
We will get a little further, but not by much. We'll finish it up tomorrow. Let's see, the tungsten wires glow faintly red in the dark, then the room is lit.
The power is back, Mom. We are ready to resume.
It will take time to properly explain. Please wait, Adler. We have yet to reach an agreement.
What?
I don't think he's just going to wait.
Here?
Ignoring his surprise, Lucy sits down on the iron bench. So it was her fancy chair. The instrument comes to life to the piston's rhythm, faintly recording every change in the robot. Yeah, I'll probably finish the story, we'll do some pulls because I got some drops. And then a game that I didn't think the DLC would be dropping until next week actually dropped today, so we'll be jumping back into that one and finishing it up. Let's see, from her slightest movements to arcane fluctuations, nothing goes unnoticed.
La Unwa.
Oh, she's going to say it?
Wait, she's reciting it?
Let's see, frozen in place by the scene, he looks around the room in disbelief.
She's read the reports, right? She was there when Dora broke into pieces.
Rarely does her back curl up like this. The usual careful expression on her face has changed to one of unease, suggesting that something is amiss. A hunk of metal should not feel pain. They have no flesh, no nerves. But if she is in agony, what could be the cause of such torment? Maybe? Maybe. I still don't trust her. She could change my mind, but I'm still a little on the fence about her. She could change my mind. But she kind of gives me GLaDOS vibes. I can't help it. Let's see, will she break apart too, like those people? The ominous curse has set its sight on its prey. It watches, almost like Zeus on the mountaintop, ready to unleash lightning on the mortals who dare to steal fire. No. Oh, no. She's saying stuff.
Simone, I cannot continue.
Yes, don't get me wrong, GLaDOS is a great villain, but she's still a villain. She does sort of turn around into briefly when she's in the potato, but at the end of the day, she's still like, I want to continue testing. Get out of here, you're too much of a risk for my experiments. Let's see, the most primal instinctual fear. This is the first time he's ever heard her emotions pour out so raw. Oh, cool.
Don't just stand there! Stop her! Now!
Yes, I am also known for my gacha luck. Usually I get whatever character I'm going for, too. Not so much in this one. I have gotten lucky and gotten some of the characters I really, really wanted, but I hardly am able to ever pull in this game, so I missed a lot of the characters that I did want. It's fine. But in, like, my other main gacha, I usually get what I want immediately. It was a joke for a while that I could give gacha luck, and sometimes I could give too much gacha luck, and someone would get, like, the banner character when they were going for, like, the side character in the banner. Let's see. Panic and horror twist in his stomach. He has an irresistible urge to rip out the wires and put an end to her torture.
Who's going to lead us if she also turns into a pile of scraps?
So now you want her to lead us, okay.
Stay where you are, Enigma.
Ulrich's voice, full of animosity, comes from behind. But now let's see, on, like, the last story chapter event, I did one pull and I immediately got a sold. So... let's see, I've also got Getian, like, immediately. The same with Pickles. What were the other ones? A lot of the story characters I have managed to get. Like, the only ones that I really wanted that I didn't get was... oh, what was her name? Oh, what was her name? The like, main limited banner from the half anniversary. I wanted her, and I couldn't get her. Instead, I got Getian. Other than that, I'm pretty sure I got everyone else that I wanted. Yeah, I think she's the only one I missed, and she was the limited, so I probably won't get her unless they bring back the limited banner again. Yes, Jiu.
You insisted on being here. You demanded to see this. Don't bring your pathetic, narrow-minded humanitarian values in here and tell us what to do. What do you know about us?
Simone leans over to her. She speaks softly.
You can do it, madam. This is just part of the established procedures. Just a few more syllables, madam, and it will be over.
Established procedures.
Fear ebbs away a little as she repeats those words.
I like that.
Her eyes close, she forces out the last word with great determination.
Clo.
It is done. A clear, accurate, impeccable read. Right at that moment, the lights in the lab go out.
Was that all, Simone?
Yes.
No one can see her face in the darkness, but Enigma believes it to be a smile.
Good.
Did she get snapped? A gust of sand rises in the room. Without warning and out of nowhere, it screams through the enclosed darkness. The raging storm engulfs the robot's cold metal body, carrying her away with great force. When the sand subsides, all that remains is an old piston, clattering to the ground. Wait, then she might be okay if she's just the piston. If it just took out her fake body, she might be okay. Okay. But no, if you're curious about who's in my suitcase, I got quite a few. Oh yeah, I got 37 and Melania 2 like really quick. I don't have many 6 stars, but I do have the 6 stars that I wanted. So, yeah. But yeah, most of these guys, I literally got, like, first try. Between, like, 1 and 3 pulls, that is sort of how long it takes me to get who I want. Okay. A deathly silence. Until Enigma stumbles back, nearly falling over another person in the room.
She's dead.
No, maybe not. The piston lies motionless on the ground, as lifeless as any other object. Oh, so she...
This is what you wanted to show me?
I thought maybe the piston wouldn't be, affected. It's like, it's really hard to grind for pulls in this game. I have another gacha that's like just as hard to just get enough drops to get a full 10 pull. Then there's like my main gacha where if you do like your normal stuff, you can usually get a 10 pull like once, maybe twice a week. This one, it feels like it takes 2 weeks just to get enough for a single pull. Let's see, his heart pounds in his ears as he pants, fists clenched and slick with sweat.
Watch her utter a curse that's always brought death, only to die in vain.
But she was hooked up to those machines, so I assume we got like some reading on how the curse works. Question mark.
You just let it happen?
Ulrich looks at him, his voice poised and steady.
Calm down.
Calm down. She's dead right there. You murderer.
She might be in the computer.
We have already repeated this experiment many times.
Enigma is in disbelief.
Many times? What? You've sent people to their deaths over and over again?
I'm assuming it's just her. The ferro fluid flows again, forming a shape that Enigma can only interpret as disdain.
Look at you, Adler, peeing your pants over a curse. The human boy is so scared that he forgot to ask the crucial question. Did the ritual work?
But what do you mean? The curse. The side effect killed her. The experiment failed. Is that not what happened?
Oh no. Yeah, I usually don't pay for gacha. Like, sometimes if there's like a deal for like a new monthly thing, where it's like, oh, if you buy our month pack or our month bonus or whatever, it's only like $1 the first time or whatever, I'll usually get that. But after that, I usually don't buy anything. But the only gacha I consistently spent money on was the old Kingdom Hearts one, because it was Kingdom Hearts, and it was actually really worth it with how they set that one up. But yeah, I haven't spent a dime in this game. I've spent, I think, maybe $5 in my main gacha, and that's about it.
No, Triggering the curse and failure are two separate things. I was the first one to recite the incantation, way before Dora.
Oh?
When I read it aloud, it worked. I felt the warmth of a miraculous blessing on my head. Soft, light as a feather.
See, at some point I need to get around to those games. They look interesting. I like their art style and like their character designs. I just haven't had a chance to play any of them. I need to look into them at some point.
I told Madame Lucy right away, but as soon as she left the room, the curse hit me, and I began to liquefy. There was no one else in the room. My liquid form had become too insubstantial to push the help button. A long darkness followed. After that, I woke up again in my original primitive form. The way I first came into this world.
I did try Genshin briefly, and then I think a different game came out and it distracted me more. I don't think I even got through like the first chapter of Genshin. I was still like in the really, really early game.
Original primitive form?
The ferrofluid pulsates, which in Ulrich's body language is nod.
Unlike humans, the awakened have neither flesh nor nerves. We are pieces of consciousness, echoes of a primordial melody that just happen to reside in material objects by chance. With a mind and a body combined, we could talk, learn, think like you do, and perform the experiment and endure the side effects. And this curse, for some reason, cannot affect the primal consciousness that caused our awakening in the first place.
I guess that would kind of explain why that one guy is just invisible. He's not, like, dead, even though people are treating him dead. He's just invisible. So, like, his consciousness is still there. All of their consciousnesses are still there. It's just the physical body's gone.
While human minds dissipate when their tangible bodies are destroyed, our minds reawaken regardless of the changes and destruction of our external bodies. Of course, this was an assumption based on idealized circumstances, and I needed another awakened being who could awaken in different bodies to confirm my theory. That is why I sought out Madame Lucy for cross-verification. The results?
Yes, it was an assumption! You said it yourself! You came back to life this time! But what about the next? Nothing is for sure in Arcanum! What if she never wakes up again? What if she dies for good?
He swats Enigma's hand away.
We know what we are doing, human. Stay out of this. Only the awakened can carry out the experiment. So we must proceed. This has nothing to do with race. It is a sense of duty that every researcher should have possessed when they chose this path. We have to go beyond the limit. Not out of madness, but out of rationality.
Are you sure about that? Seems a little, just a little insane. Maybe. Silence fills the room, like the beginning of time when there is no sound to be heard. Then slowly, the piston starts to spin.
We seem to have replicated effect number 2. And 117 of the Coleman Lab's protective rituals were proven ineffective. Write it down, Simone. This is the 4th time we have seen it. Also, number 45 and 69 are related to it. We need to speed up. This is too slow.
So we need, multiple awakened? The lights are back on again, and the piston is placed into a new body. Being prepared for all possible outcomes requires a significant amount of metal material, but it is essential for data collection and analysis. With a soft hum, the robot turns her head and looks at Enigma, surprised.
Adler, what are you doing here?
Oh, did she forget?
I am glad to see you out of your room and working with us again.
You fired him!
No, he's not on the team, Mum. He forced his way in here.
Oh? My apologies. I seem to lose a small amount of data when I reawaken.
She smiles at him, as she always does.
Still, I am glad that you are showing initiative, Adler. Were we supposed to talk?
No. We have nothing more to discuss, ma'am. Ulrich has filled me in on everything. But I still worry whether the experiment's risks were properly assessed.
Assessments will only be assessments. Much is beyond measure when it comes to Arcanum. Perhaps faith plays a more important role here.
Yeah. Nigma is caught off guard by her words.
I'm surprised it is you talking about faith, ma'am.
It seems we both have the ability to surprise each other.
Character growth. Woo! Her circuits have been fried so much she might actually come out of this with some emotion. As they speak, the robot strolls over to her chair.
You are right. Assessments could indeed be useful to us. It allows us to know the probabilities of success and failure based on established facts and past experience. But when we find ourselves in uncharted darkness, with no information or past experience to guide us, how are assessments going to help us?
She ponders and stares into the void. Perhaps the experiment did fry some circuits. She's more sentimental than usual. I was right!
The only thing we have in such darkness is the unwavering faith to move forward. When the first steam engine whistled, I awoke into this world.
Oh, okay.
At the beginning of this new life, my circuits were charged with a singular primal desire to progress. In the midst of that never-ending whistle, I have watched man build the towers of science and knowledge, and I have watched them unleash chaos and destruction.
You would think if she's been around that long, she would have learned how to feel things by now. Because, like, all of the other Awakened don't seem to have this issue. It's just her.
You too have been lost and deterred, but your engines of progress have never stopped churning. Always move forward, no matter the destination you told yourselves, until the storm brought everything to a standstill. But this is just a small setback. We are only back to the beginning where we stumble blindly. And this time, I happen to have a cane.
She gives him a tender smile.
No need to worry about me. I will not shut down as long as there is still hope for progress. We have wasted a bit of time on data recovery. Come, Simone. Let us begin the next experiment. I hope to dissolve into paste this time, so we can easily handle it with a Coleman's ritual of transformation.
The human researcher knows that it'd be inappropriate for him to stay here any longer. Gritting his teeth, he moves towards the door, trying his best to leave the horrific scene behind him. Someone is waiting for him by the door.
Seen enough? We know what we are doing, and you are of no help here. It's been the same old story in this place for the past 8 years. When your faith crumbled during the storm, it was us who took over the place and cleaned up after you.
I know. Even though when she's plugged in and starts doing the incantations, she's like, no, no more. But before that, she's like, oh yeah, let's turn into some slime. Maybe we could, like, turn into just an energy field next time. Let's go through all of the transmutations.
It was us who got things back up and running, put coals in the hearth, and blazed a trail when everyone was lost in the dark. I know you may not understand the intricacies of the Arcanum, but please, show some basic respect for our efforts.
Will you do the experiments yourself, Ulrich?
Of course. I am not some emotional, unhelpful...
Yes, well, we've already seen dust. And she just turned into sand. That's like dust adjacent. So we have already experienced like the Thanos snap. We must find the other ways of, like, disintegrating her. Instead of his usual witty comeback, Enigma simply shakes his head in a slow motion.
Do you still remember Adams?
A sudden question that seems out of place. The ferrofluid quivers. The name seems to unearth memories that have been buried for 8 long years in the confines of this institution.
Adams, Roman, Adolf, Sylvia, Albert, Louise, those who were taken from us by the rain. Melvin, Francis, Caroline, Leopold. They volunteered for the field, but we never heard from them again.
Dude has some PTSD. He should go to therapy.
Now we have Dora, Richard, Dawkins, and Victor on the list.
He just goes over these names constantly, doesn't
Life
he?
has a wicked sense of humor. My mentor, my classmates, my colleagues. Each of them deserved to live more than me. But they're all gone now. There's only me talking to you. Alive. Useless.
Oh no.
Am I going to see your names on that list too, Ulrich?
Dude needs a hug. In this rare moment, he lowers his head. But soon he raises his arms and slaps the man hard on the back.
Spare me the feelings, human. Though I will take back my sarcastic jabs at you, it is not something a leader should do. Madame Lucy talked to me about the importance of teamwork.
He awkwardly pats the human on the shoulder, a clumsy attempt at friendliness.
Go back to your room, Adler. The Arcanists will take over from here. Until we get the results, you won't be needed here.
Enigma heaves a breath.
I will say this, Ulrich. If you survive the experiments...
Alarmed by the opening words, Ulrich instinctively turns down his receiver to avoid hearing anything too warm. Yes. Yes. Slowly. They are having character develop moments. That would be more painful than suffering through 100 experimental side effects.
I will submit the sincerest application to never be on the same team as you again. So neither of us will have to worry about teamwork. How's that sound?
A curve that almost resembles a smile appears on his face.
I will wait for that application, Adler.
Yeah, slowly but surely. It'll probably take another couple chapters, but they won't change overnight. Let's see. Now roll up your sleeves and clear your mind. This is not the time to grieve. If human reasoning and arcane knowledge are not enough on their own, perhaps a combination of the two can solve this problem. The lab door is in shambles, its metal plate barely hanging on. A wooden sign reading "Keep Out" sways precariously, covered in bite marks and scratches. Enigma takes a moment before finally knocking on the door. A voice answers from within.
Who's there?
Adler Hoffman from the cryptography team. Is Medicine Pocket in? I heard that they wrote a paper on the linear correlation between the purity of an Arcanist bloodline and their power. Can I get some more details on the research?
The door creaks open to reveal a youthful face, but she is not the genius he is looking for. The lab technician looks at him through her glasses and hesitates a little.
The paper is here. Help yourself. Sorry about the stains on it. I just took it out of the trash.
Oh no!
If you're looking for Medicine Pocket, I'm afraid they just left.
Left? To where?
There's a subtle conflict on her face. She is torn between covering for her colleague and following the rules. It is more than enough for him to catch on.
They left the building? Hasn't the countdown already begun?
Oh.
Yes, and by regulations we are not to leave, but...
Oh no.
They said their new theory had to be verified in the storm.
Oh no. Well, even if Medicine Pocket dies in the story, Medicine Pocket will always be in our suitcase. It's fine. Let's see. Side effect defense research progress report. 3 immediate death, no other symptoms. 7 soluble in soil. 11 14 her modification. 5 30 dispersion of consciousness. 9 46 fluid allergy. 4 47 persistent severe dehydration. 1 48 proportional body shrinkage. 4 oh, that's probably like the number of times it's happened before, I would assume. Let's see. 57 embrittlement of the whole body. 6 random little symbol there. 3 unstoppable and irreversible. 7 avoid the ground and wear special footwear. 14 shave head and observe further. Okay. 30 call out loud. 46 maintain a dry environment, control water intake. 47 continuous infusion. 48 administer care as per the lab's test animal standards. 57 apply a solidifying spell or wrap in cotton. Okay. Well, it is time for my stream to end, so we will pick this up tomorrow and we will find out what happens next. So yeah, hope you have a good rest of your day. I will see you later. Bye.